Hello, hello, hello. It is Thursday. Wow, it is Thursday already. Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday already. Jeez. It's all coming so quickly. But that doesn't mean that we need to, stop working on this. Hello, hello. Welcome, Mello. Welcome, Samurai. Welcome, unfortunately, I can't pronounce that. But either way, welcome. Yes, so here's a really cool thing, okay? I created, yesterday we finished 1 or 2 scenes. And then after the scene, I finished another one. No, we finished one of them that I started earlier. And then we finished Deadpool from one scene because it basically was just like a still image. And then Wolverine was still had to still be done. So that was basically what I did after the stream. And I kind of thought about like how I could speed up this process because I kind of noticed that it takes quite a while, right? Even for these more simple scenes to refine them, or these more still scenes. So I thought about how can we speed up the workflow, and I actually found three ways to, I think, significantly speed up the process for these scenes, so that maybe we can even finish. I don't want to promise too much, but maybe even finish 2 scenes on stream. I'm actually, there are some really pretty simple I guess tricks, but they can be really effective. I used them in the previous scene, so we're gonna use them today as well, and we're gonna get into them when we get there, I guess. Welcome to you, welcome Jack, welcome Flame Duck. Let me show you what we've done yesterday. So yesterday we've done the number, I don't even know the numbers anymore. Nope, this one. Oh yeah, we started with this one. Just like refining some of these lines, like around the blocks, right? To fully finish this. Nothing too crazy. Just took a bit because it was, so many blocks having to draw the outlines of them, which took a bit. And then we went to this one. And this one was basically what we did on stream, was basically, first of all, creating like the after images after, before Wolverine arrives. And then also, just basically this still image of Deadpool, standing there shocked, right? So, that was kind of what we've done yesterday. And then afterwards, after the stream, I also did Wolverine, which you can see right here. And that's where I kind of tried and played around with some of the techniques that I had kind of come up with to simplify the process and speed up the process, especially make this probably like 3 times faster or so, probably even more. And we're gonna get into how I did that. When probably in this scene we're maybe gonna use all of them, maybe not all of them, but at least 2 of the techniques here we're probably gonna use. So when we get there, we can talk about that. But yeah, that's what we did yesterday. And today we're in the next scene, the next following scene, which is this one. Nope. Oh, I should finish this one before stream. So this one's also done. Okay. So now I guess you can, it's just like a zoom in with the, like this. Pretty simple, just kind of like a zoom in, so you can just draw one image and then you just zoom in, right? The next shot is this one. Which is basically him, launching Deadpool like this. Fairly simple. I think, we can apply most of the things that I've done for Wolverine in the previous shot. We can apply here too, because it's kind of the same motion. So I already started working on it a little bit. Added the line art. What's it called? Oh, I need to still do adding the animation on 2s, and then we can do the refining. The refining, if you look at this already, it already looks pretty good. So the shadows look pretty good already. Nothing too crazy, just maybe some small things like detail and stuff that I want to adjust and add to enhance this. Overall, the lighting actually looks really good already. And of course, you can see it in comparing this one to this one to the one now. Even just the line art can make such a huge difference. Yeah, so you know, this is a very raw version with the line art. It already looks 10 times better. Now it's just about refining it a bit. Maybe, actually, I don't think I need to add any more lines. I just need to refine the lines and then maybe refine some shadows. And that's basically it. So yeah, this should be, at least it'll be easier. I can probably confidently say that than yesterday. Yeah. From once, hope you have a good day. Making an animation too, nice. Do you have a fourth wall break in the video? I had one at the end of the whole animation, but I planned maybe a bit too much to animate, so it's actually not part of this part. Maybe I'll do a second part. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know yet. But in this part of the animation, I don't. How do I make stylized hair look good on the actual head? What do you mean on the actual head? You mean just how do I make stylized hair look good? I guess it depends on what kind of style you're looking for. I would, suggest looking for examples or like references of the style that you're trying to create, and then I analyze, why you like it, what makes it good, but maybe what is different between what you currently have and what you've seen or what you see in the reference, and then hopefully you can find some things to improve, and yeah, and slowly but surely you can improve yours based on the references that you can find. Okay, so here we have the shot, and I actually wanted to see if I can fix one thing real quick, which is right here in the back. His shoulder pad oftentimes just kind of clips through the his shoulder here. So instead of having to having to redraw this for every frame, I think what I would rather do is, of course, just fix the shoulder pad. So let's see if I can do that real quick. I would have to redo the line art. I baked those already, but it's fine. That shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so first of all, I don't even know where the controls are. They're somewhere hidden. Nope. Nope. Where is it? Here. Aha. Just bring this back. Also, I want to check if there are any keyframes. Nope. Nice. Okay. Quite laggy because I have a high resolution on right now, but it's fine. Okay, good. Just to fix that already, and then just check that it's not coming back anytime in any of the frames. You can see it coming back there, so I need to push it back even further, or I guess bring it a bit higher, and then that should fix it. Here, I guess I need to just do 2 keyframes, which is fine. Let's push it maybe a bit higher. There you go. And then after this, is it even visible anymore? I guess it's a little bit. Let me fix it here too. And then that should be fine. Wait, do I have a thing here? I do, okay. I guess I could just push that over here. There you go. There you go. That's not too bad. Good. It's not that visible anyway, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so now we just need to bake it again. And then we can actually, I guess so. Doesn't really make a difference whether I bake the line out first or I animate it on 2s. So let's just do the baking first, because why not? Ta-da! It is already baked, of course, but you can see here the problem is still there. So I want to just restart this. Same here. Okay, let's save it real quick. Make sure that everything is set up. 1, 2. Good. And then making sure that Deadpool isn't too high res, good. It's because I want to save as much performance as possible. And then go in here and bake it. Let's see if this works. Maybe it's gonna be a bit slower than before, since I'm now also streaming, so that's gonna take a bit of CPU away, but hopefully it'll work. Can you show one part of the animation? The animation is not, I cannot show you any, there's no animation to show because they're all individual scenes right now. Do you have an actual job? I don't, yeah, well, no. I just do YouTube. What's the pink monkey? It's basically like it's a controller for both of the characters, or like one monkey for each character, which holds a few settings that you would otherwise have to go like deep into the settings of the character to access. Excuse me. So for example, for Deadpool, you know, you have switches, so he grabs, for example, the sword, or he grabs his gun, and you can kind of merge them all together into, for example, the monkey. And by using, for example, custom properties, you can then click on the monkey, for example, and say, hey, Deadpool is supposed to grab his gun. And then you can turn this from 0 to 1, and then it's basically enabled, so he grabs his gun. Yeah, that's kind of how these work. They're basically just making it easier to control certain things that otherwise you would have to look deep into the settings of the model or the character to access those things. Same with the multi-resolution model. I don't have to look around, oh, where was it again? I just have to go click the monkey and then I can adjust it. This one is manual. Is that one already baked? It is not. Good. Let's save real quick so I don't lose what I just baked, and then bake it again. Baking has been pretty nice right at the moment. Nothing crazy happening, no big crashes, no weird glitches. Has been working quite well. So at least there's one thing that we don't have to problem solve. Watch now, it's gonna crash. Would be typical. But it seems like it's working. I guess it's just a bit slow since it's, you know, it's quite high resolution, the characters right now. So it basically has to do, like, move the characters with high resolution and then also bake it. Do you use any add-ons? Just a few, I guess. Nothing too crazy. I try to stay as low in terms of volume, I guess, for add-ons as possible, so that I only really use them to speed up some small processes. So for example, I have some UV unwrapping stuff like UV Pack Master to pack UVs a bit faster. Then I have what's the other one called? It's magic UVs, UV squares, which can basically turn any UV into squares, which is very useful and sometimes, especially for cloth. UV Pack Master, there you go. And then also magic UV, which I don't even know what it does. I don't even know if I ever used this. Maybe I have, but yeah, especially UV Pack Master, UV squares. Then of course Node Wrangler and stuff. Some simple stuff that just kind of simplifies some small things that I use to make that, you know, process a bit easier and a bit faster. But nothing too crazy. Like Regify, for example, can save a ton of time. Okay. But I try to stay as low in terms of amount as possible. Okay. So, now we can go ahead and just animate this on 2s, basically. I should probably lower the resolution. Make this a bit faster, okay. And then I just first of all need to go in here and just give every second frame a... Wait, is anything not baked right now? It feels like it's not baked, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, baked. Oh, this thing. Okay. This should be fine. I guess that's the fastest it can be. It's a bit laggy, but it's fine. Okay, 9, boom. Okay. There you go. So we have this. Oh, we also of course have the after part, so we need to animate this too. Do we? No, we don't. It doesn't actually change. Good. So the chest is basically there. Let me just do this. And then constant, so it's there. Oh, why is these are not moving, which is funny. They're not really part of anything important. But they were supposed to just stay on the claws, but I guess I forgot to move them and parent them to the right thing, but it's fine. It is fine. Doesn't need to change. And then I think this moves too, right? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. What actually still moves? This does, especially. Let me just do that here too. So now basically first I've animated it with interpolation, right? So you only have 2 keyframes, for example, and then the in-between keyframes between those two, or frames between those two, are just interpolated to create a smooth transition from one to the other. But of course, you know, for this to look more animated, you want it to be animated on 2s or less. So meaning that only every second frame changes basically. Or every third frame, or every fourth, depending on, you know, which kind of animation you would do. Go. That should be fine. Let's get rid of this. And then let's do the rest. This is also animated, good. Yeah, so I just need to go through all of these basically. And every second frame, oops, I add a keyframe, which should basically, which gives me this kind of style that I'm looking for. And then once every keyframe is there, I basically bake the interpolation. I can then turn this into constant keyframes so that there's no interpolation on the frame that doesn't have a keyframe. Every second frame, I guess. Ta-da! I still feel like I could speed this up somehow, but I don't know how. It feels a bit slow, but maybe that's just how it is. I guess right now I could also just do this, and that just speed it up. I don't really need any like the correct shapes. Currently I'm just doing this, just reanimating, I guess. Which one did I? This one, constant. This one should be fine. Nope, this one needs also to be constant. Okay, this one also changes it. Nope, it actually does, okay. Yeah, so the interpolation helps with the in-between keyframes, so you can nail down the broad animation first, and then once you actually want to finish it, you can then do this to, you know, to basically bake the interpolation, which allows you to, you know, change maybe the distribution of this a bit, maybe change the pacing a bit. Yeah, interpolation, you can also use a modifier basically on the curve to do step interpolation, but that is a bit less, gives you a bit less control. So I prefer to do it this way. Yeah. It's just a bit more, it gives you a bit more freedom. It might be a bit more annoying to do, but it's actually not that, it doesn't take that long, so it's not that bad. Constant. Also 3D animator and created a 3D SpongeBob parody. Nice. I know I'm a beginner, but not bad at animation. But your animation is 10 out of 10. In almost every moment it looks like official animation, so I'm amazed. I appreciate it. This is fine, is it? Yes, it is. Good. This doesn't change at all. This leg changes. Wait, does this actually never... Okay, good. This one changes, so we need to do it here too. And then once we get to the refining, right, once the animation is done and baked, we can then go into the refining and use these new techniques that I have alluded to before. They will actually, yeah, I'm actually really glad that I found them, because I think they're gonna really help with speed. They also just make it much more enjoyable to do these. Just because you don't have to basically... They save you redrawing over and over and over and over and over again. And just allow you to basically kind of automate it, which is really, really nice. Without it looking like you know, robotic, basically. Okay. Any more? Let's see. If we select everything, there's a bit more. Shoulder, right. This also needs to change. Okay, and boom. This one probably too, yep. Today it's warm again. Much warmer than yesterday. I think like 32 degrees or so. But, you know, luckily I have a fan on next to me, so I don't have to suffer and bake. Wait, oh, I didn't need to do this. Wait, does it... Oh, is it already constant? Wait a second. Ah, there you go. It was already set to constant. That doesn't make sense. Oh no, it's doing it again. Why? Well, that's not that hard to fix though. Okay. Constant. There you go. Anything else that is missing? Yes. Nope. Never mind. Oh, this one. The root is changing. Interesting. Wait, really? Okay. Oh, it does. Interesting. Yeah, some of the scenes I already did this when I animated it. Some of them I just did it like this, just because it's a bit easier, or either I forgot it to actually switch it and bake it, or it wasn't really making a huge difference, so I just didn't do it for some of them. Oh, the other one too. This one. But you know, right now. Now, of course, I need to do it. You can see now how it jumps. Like the line is still animated on ones, so it jumps forward, but then it catches up. Just because it is... I need to also adjust the line art, but that is pretty easy. Just remove every second keyframe. So this should be animated now. He should be animated. See, if we look at this now, he's only moving every... Is he actually moving every... Hold on. Oh, he's still moving. You see, I'm confused. Hold on, let me remove this. Now I can see it better. No, okay, he's animated on. Okay, good. Yeah, you can see he only moves every second frame, which is exactly what we need. Good, and then we do the same for Deadpool, and then we can adjust the line art. Pretty simple. So the process of refining this is basically always the same. You know, it's just about having a good workflow, or finding a good workflow, and then doing it over and over and over again. Does this change? No. Oh, it does. Does it? Wait, no, it doesn't. Never mind. Legs don't change. I already did this. This changes. Okay, boom, boom, oops, constant. And then this one doesn't change either. Does anything else change here? Oh, this torso. Wait, I thought I did that already. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Is it a different one? Katana. Oh, this one, of course. Oops. Symmetry on. Teleported the other sword up there too. Okay. Good. So, that should be everything. Maybe there's a few smaller things that I haven't done here. Something I probably should do is, while I have everything selected, just select everything and then Control T constant, because otherwise the ones that just change between two frames might still be linearly moving. So I want to do this, and then once this happens, I need to make sure that they don't move in between. which seems to be the case, which is nice. Okay, good. So everything's good here. Now the line art. Pretty easy. We just go in here and we want to remove every second frame. Oh, what is this? Oh, right. So this is what it was before, but this frame doesn't exist anymore. So now we can just go in here and basically the first frame exists, the third frame exists, but every second frame can basically go. Grease Pencil already automatically uses constant interpolation because it only really interpolates it if you use the interpolation tool. In this case we don't, so we can just do this. Actually, Deadpool is actually gone after a certain time, so we can remove everything after this. Let me go here. Hello. Frozen? Ah, there you go. So he's gone after which frame? This frame he's gone. So we can delete everything afterwards. There you go. Deadpool is pretty easy to fix probably because it's just a short time frame. We do the same here. Boom. Good. And then every second frame here again. Ta-da! Okay. Good. So, and then the same for Wolverine. He of course stays in the frame for the whole time, so we need to keep all the keyframes, but we can still delete every second one. And then we have a good base. I also looked at the, usually the first step is to refine and remove some of the lines that are unnecessary. I don't even know if we need to do that here. Maybe just for a few. I haven't seen too many lines that look weird or that overlap somewhere. So maybe we can actually speed through that process too, or that process just doesn't take that much time, right? And we can go straight into refining. This, this frame stays for a bit longer, this shot. So I want to, make sure that it looks a bit better because you have a bit more time to analyze it with your eyes rather than, other than some others that only are there for less than a second, for example. There you go. Okay. So now everything should look good. Of course, it's not, ta-da. Okay, good. So now we can start refining. Maybe see how the animation looks so far. I don't really have them in a sequence right now. I just have finished 13 scenes so far, and they're all in individual shots right here. So I can't really show you like a full animation at this point. We're gonna put them together once everything is done, and then do some compositing in that after that. Welcome, Macavity. Hope you have a good day. So let's get rid of this, and now let's first do let's first refine Deadpool, which basically means that I just want to go in here first and delete all the lines that are unnecessary. Meaning, if we go in here and we look at, I guess we could set this to 1. Then we can go into the inline first. I guess we can make them a bit thicker, so we see which ones are inlines and which one's the other layer. There you go. And then we can go here, draw, and fix this for example. Just remove all the lines that are absolutely not necessary. This one, for example. Oh, there's a bit more up there. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Here too. Usually, what this also outlines is like intersections between meshes. So it detects it as intersections. So you can see there's an intersection actually. So that's why here we have some weird lines, which are in Wolverine. Even though it's kind of weird how the intersection thing works. Usually, the way that I use these line art layers is that I basically select or say that a certain collection is supposed to be outlined by this or by that line art modifier. but then it still outlines intersections that are not part of the same collection. It's really, really weird. But yeah, you know, usually they're pretty obvious and easy to fix. Same here, for example, you can see a small line sneaking in. They might not be as obvious, but you know, if you can delete them, why not? There you go. Good. Welcome, Zach. Hope you have a good morning. Or very late evening or night. And I think that might actually be it for Deadpool. I think what I might want to do is I want to probably render this real quick just to see if there are any more lines that I might be intersecting, or like that are just too close together to basically create like a super thick line that is unnecessary. And then afterwards we can do Wolverine, and then like the cleanup of this should be pretty quick. Dude, my headset just turned off. I put in new batteries, but it just doesn't want to turn on again. It's on strike. There you go. The good old battery in, battery out. Okay. Good now since you're streaming. Okay, so first things, you can see like some of these kind of glitches right here. How this is kind of drawn lines, even though they don't need to be any. So stuff like this Christmas music, I feel like we're a bit earlier for that. There you go. Yeah, so I just want to remove some of these unnecessary ones. Before I do that, actually, I want to make sure that they actually have an impact on the final render. So let me just do this real quick. And look at this. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. Oh, I should probably... So, for example, here you can see how it creates like this black area that is unnecessary. So these, for example, you want to remove just to make sure that it's, you know, not creating any weird glitches that wouldn't be there in traditional anime, right? You wouldn't just create like a black spot right there. Let me first actually do this, turn this down again, and then render it again, because I made one layer of the automatic line art thicker than the other, so I can distinguish the two, and now I can see what it would look like in the end. Yeah, this looks pretty good. One thing, of course, you can see here, for example, is that the outline isn't really outlining the gray. What one layer of these lines is supposed to do is outline, you know, the separation between red and gray. You can see in like some small instances, like his shoulders especially, it isn't really the case. But I feel like it's actually easier to not move the line art, but actually just move the gray. I feel like that's easy in this case. Maybe even in more cases. Usually what I've done is move the lines onto the texture, right? But I feel like it's easy to just extend the texture. Maybe another way to speed this up. Let me write this down and then maybe test that on a different scene. Refining by not moving manual lines, but extend texture. Okay. So, good. Yeah, so if you look at this, we have like here, we have some extra lines that are unnecessary. I'm also looking for lines that are kind of overlapping. Here you can see we have a little bit, maybe here in the back too, although that's not too bad. Here you can see a little bit too. And then here you can see a little bit. Otherwise it looks pretty good. Maybe here you can see just a slight few things. So basically just want to remove these lines. And then, yeah, we can refine the rest. Let me actually move this down here. And then I can actually check this every time. Where is it? Oh, image, right, image. F10, there you go. Render result. So I can check which spots are still weird. And then I can fix that. Good. So now we just go in here. Use the, actually I want to check the gun too. No, the gun is fine. Okay. So use the inline. I think it is the one. Set this to 2. And then we can draw. So what this is actually, oh dude, this actually fixes another issue that I had, or that I thought of before. By rendering the frame first, you can also have a reference image ask for which lines are actually a problem and which aren't. That was previously like quite an issue, finding which lines actually affect the final look and which ones don't. You can see here, for example, we have like these offshoots of lines because it's automatically generated, right? But they're not invisible here. Maybe just very, very barely, but it's so small that it's not really mattering at all. So we can save some time there by ignoring these and just continuing to move this to move over here, for example. You can see the issue that arises here, that it these two kind of line types, I guess you could say, fight over this kind of space. If we delete this, you can see there's like a little line missing, so I actually want to keep this one, but maybe just make it a bit shorter, like this. And then we can still fill out this area here, which is kind of important, while not interfering here. Okay, but actually what I probably want to do first is, this was only one frame, of course, so I want to first delete these lines on every frame, and then go to the other bit. Ta-da! Oops, a little bit too much. Good. Oh, and he's gone. Okay, and back to 1. Go over here, do the same. Ta-da! Works pretty well. The lines are behaving nicely. Nope, now they don't. I guess we could also just use point here instead of deleting the whole stroke. We just delete the point. There you go. To shorten it, and that looks pretty nice. Good. So another one that I saw is this thing right here, but I don't know if I can. So we have this snap thing right here, right? I don't know if I feel like I'm just gonna leave it like this. There are just like 2 lines overlapping, but I think that's fine. If I delete this, it might make this a bit more visible, but it also it loses an outline. I'm actually curious what this looks like. Let me render this again and then we can check. Welcome the Bean Man. Hope you have a good day. Welcome Cal and Kai. Okay. Yeah, it's still not really visible. Oh, because I made it thicker again. Hold on. 1. Oh, I set it to 2. Why? This is what it's supposed to be like. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, now you could see it, but it's kind of it kind of needs an outline, so I'll leave it there and have just like this double outline, which should be fine. There you go. Let me render it again just to make sure that it's actually obstructed, hidden. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we have the, yeah, okay, so this is fine. So we fixed this bit, which is nice. Now I want to fix this section right here. You can see 2 overlapping lines again, which create this weird super dark line, which I want to avoid, of course. So let's just delete this again. There you go. Just kind of put it in line with the other one, and that should make it pretty nice. And fix that too. And then I also remember there was one on the shoulders, and that might actually be it. Might be everything. Oh, yeah, whatever. I think this reference right now is rendered with 1 level or 1 thickness too high, but it's fine. And you can see here this bit, I think that's what I saw. Let me save this again. Let me render it again. Are you using Blender? Yes, I do. There you go. Okay. So if we check this, there's still an issue here. I guess there are just too many lines. I could delete maybe some of the other ones too. Here's like a little dot, which I could remove. And then here you can see slight black areas too. It's gonna, yeah. Like here, this, you know, if it's pretty simple to remove, why not? 1, 2, okay. Ta-da. Oops, that was a bit too much. Not this one. This one. Oh, good. Yep, and that's how I want to do it. Maybe it's easier to use points here. Yep, definitely. Ta-da. Good. Looking pretty good. This is fine. Yeah, I feel like I need to do that more. Just rendering it and then using that as reference to see what the final look actually looks like. What I was hesitant about that was before was that I would always have to like do a change, re-render to check, do a change, re-render to check. But I feel like I just made I made that seem way harder than it actually is. So now I'm just doing it this way. I changed my mind. You can get very paranoid, or I did get very paranoid about which lines are messing up the image and which aren't. Because the closer you get, the more you can see small mistakes. But because the resolution of the image just has a certain limit, you don't actually see some of these things. What is this? Why is there a line here? So some of the things I fixed before weren't actually visible anywhere. Is that still... Oh, interesting. It just at some point arises. What is this? Okay. Yeah, good. So that's fixed. Let's render it again and then see if there's anything else. If you have been helping me throughout my Blender journey. Thank you so much. My pleasure. I appreciate it. It's you know, if you like something, you want people to also, you know, feel the same thing. So, you know, if I can help you also enjoy what I do, then that's awesome. Okay. Set this to 1 again, and then we have a few more things here. So this bit is still dark. I think what I want to do is I want to switch now to the other layer and just remove some of these lines, or just shorten them a bit. Like this one here, you can see there are like these lines overlapping. What if I just do this? That should simplify this. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see here's the before, right? Keep that in mind. Before. And then, is that too much or is that just enough? Afterwards. It's still kind of there. I guess we can do it even more. I guess we could just reduce the amount that is there. So what if we shorten this to maybe here? Keep that there, and then remove this. Like this, maybe. Let's check it again. That's pretty good. I like that. That's a pretty good look. So yeah, let's just copy what we have here. How far? Okay. Oops. Good. Next one. Looks good. You know, this scene is fairly simple, so these changes... the good thing is there's like two... They're like... You could say like this scene is easier since it doesn't move as much, so you can do these changes a bit easier. But the other side is... Other scenes that are moving faster are also have their own advantage, because you don't actually have to worry about like the lines looking like clean between frames as much, since, you know, everything moves faster. So both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. You can't really say that one is better than the other necessarily. It's just about yeah, I guess which problem you're tackling. Ta-da! That's good. That fixed that area, which is nice. Let me Oh, it's already there. Is it? Hold on. No, it's not. There you go. Oops. Wait, you can inverse a line? No, you can't. Okay. I thought you could. When are you going to drop this on YouTube? Maybe at some point on first or second week next month. Probably second week. Actually, yeah, probably maybe at the end of second week or early third week. It's moved down a bit backwards, but I'm a bit more confident again after finding these speed up hacks. Okay, so that looks pretty good. This is fine. The brows, do we need the... We don't really need the lines here, so I kind of want to remove them. Like these extra lines that I added here. Let's do that. Draw them out. Oops. We don't see them, they're just in between the other lines, so we can just also delete these. Ta-da! Let's see what it looks like. Yes, look at this. I think that looks better. Maybe I could leave some of them here. Maybe the small ones that I had, this one, just to kind of fill the middle bit too. Yeah, I feel like that's better. I think that's fine. Good. So that's fine. Then we also have this region, which looks good. There's a little bit more here. Let me see what that looks like. Oh, we just have these lines here. Do we even need this line? I kind of want to delete the whole line. Does it help? It kind of just looks weird. The second line there, so I'll just delete it. Love your videos, so happy to see a stream. Welcome. There you go. Just get rid of that line. Kind of unnecessary. It helps sometimes to have like a double line here for the chest, but I figured in this instance it's not really necessary. Also, I could delete this line. It is overlapping mostly with the other line, so I think I'll just delete it. I guess shorten it rather than deleting it, because it's just... There you go. That's better. That should make it look a bit cleaner. If you were to draw this and you see that there's already a line, you probably wouldn't draw another line right next to it that kind of covers some of the, the colors. There you go. Good. And that should be fine. So this is fixed too. Okay. Oh, we have some down here too. Is that visible? Yeah, you can see like this big black spot right there. Just because the automatic line art created some weird cross-hatching here for some reason. All of these lines can go, which should create a nicer line. Just one line is remaining because that's the one that I actually set there manually, which should create a nice line down there. Maybe it's a bit too much, but I feel like it should be fine. Come on, get out of here. I don't know why. Like, why does the stroke erase... The eraser set to stroke work so horribly? Usually the eraser, of course, like geometry... No, not geometry. Grease pencil lines are made out of basically just points that are connected. Yeah, right? So the way this works is then when you want to delete something or erase something, you would have to hit... Like if you use the eraser, you basically just erase the points. So that's why it doesn't just gradually remove it. It actually, what would you say? It would delete the points. But that's kind of a weird way for this to work. Something that feels like it would be much better is if the cursor covers the edge, even like the edge right in between the points. It should just remove what the cursor covers, and then on the edges of the cursor just create 2 more points. I feel like that's a much easier way to use this, or to do it. But maybe there's a reason why this works this way. Maybe I'm also just stupid and don't know what I'm talking about. But I feel like there's a better way for this to work. But you know, I have no idea how this works exactly. So I'm just here trying to delete lines that I just don't want to get deleted, and wonder why. And there's actually a good reason why it works like this. But it just feels so unintuitive sometimes. Like, look at this. I have the eraser tool selected, set to stroke, so it's supposed to delete the whole stroke. And then I go here, nothing happens. I wiggle around it, nothing happens. Then until I reach a point, and then it's gone. It's just unintuitive. Okay. Here we have some double lines too. Are they visible? Not really. So they're not really that important. Let's render it again and see if there's anything else. Welcome Mike, hope you also have a good day. Have you tried the finding a job in the industry for a company way before or during YouTube? I have not. After I stopped working at my last agency, I was kind of determined to just make YouTube work. So I didn't really look for anything after that, and that was my first job. My first, like, that was my job that I had while during my apprenticeship, and then I just stayed there for 2 years more. And then after COVID, it was a bit more, I guess you could say, there was a bit less to do. So some people had to go. And I, for example, was one person that didn't have kids, for example. So, you know, I was a prime candidate to go. And, you know, I was kind of like, oh, do I just, you know, I also had the idea of like already leaving so I can focus on this full time. But I didn't want to pull the trigger yet. But then, you know, I guess the decision was made for me and I wasn't really that mad about it. It was kind of funny because I heard about it, that there was another person that was working in a different department, and that person also had to get laid off. And it was kind of like, they started crying and like pleading and stuff. And, you know, they found basically another place to work at for them. And then, you know, the next one was me like a few months later. And I could see like in my boss's eyes, or like in how he moved and stuff, like I'd have to do this again. Oh my god. And I think I made it a bit easier for him to you know, to get over it, because I was just like, okay, yeah, I understand, and then just, you know, left. It wasn't really anything dramatic or whatever, so he didn't have to relive that again. But it was a bit funny seeing it. Oh. You know what? I decided I want to remove this line. Nope, I actually don't. I don't want to deal with this. It's weird. But this one can go. It's on a different layer. Get rid of this. Ooh, that's not good. You know what? I will fix this. Wait, why is it delete? Oh, it's set to stroke. That's why. There you go. Okay. Yeah, and then after that happened, I said just like, you know what? I guess that gives me more time. Because, you know, during we also had home office, so I already, you know, was more at home than I was before, before the whole thing. So I already had a bit more time to focus on videos and, you know, research and stuff. And then after, you know, I got laid off, I had like, you know, so much time, which I saw as an opportunity, right? I thought like, oh, maybe I could stay there a bit longer until I found like the key, right? Found my stride. But I said, nope, I'm gonna go full on, you know. I was confident enough to say, you know, I think I can do this. And then I just said, yeah, I guess I guess I used the getting laid off as an opportunity. So, you know, I didn't say like, oh my god, no, I need to find another job. I actually had to apply for, what do you call it when you have to apply for, when you're jobless, basically? You get like support from the government, basically. So, you know, the way this works over here in Germany is that you apply for unemployment money, right? But you have to make an effort and sort of document how you make an effort of finding another job. So you have to, you know, you have to basically, you have to, like, they give you like, oh, maybe you could apply here, maybe you could apply here. And I have to do that once until I then basically just, what's it called? I realized, or I've seen that there's like this other support way that the government has, where if you're unemployed and then you want to start a business, you get extra like support cash, right, from the agency of, you know, whatever, like workless people, not worthless, but workless, right? Unemployed people, to, you know, get some like small, oh no, you basically get the money that you would get when you're unemployed for like half a year more. That's kind of how that works. So you just have to have a business plan and tell them like what your plan is, and then if they say, oh yeah, this could work, then they basically allow you to do that. And yeah, that's what I did then at some point, which was pretty good. And since I already started YouTube, I kind of had some proof of, you know, oh, this could work, so it was a bit easier for them to accept it. Also, the person that was handling all my documents, or me basically, at that agency, or that office, actually forgot that I submitted my form, right? So then, like, after 3 months, I was like, hey, have you read through this thing already? And they're like, oh my god, I completely forgot. And I think that also gave me a bit more of a grace. You know, they said like, oh, they've been waiting for so long for this to be, you know, looked through. So, you know, I'll just accept it and then, you know, let you do your thing. So that made it maybe a bit easier for me to get that bonus or whatever. But I feel like it would have been accepted anyway. Okay. What is this line? What is that supposed to be? I guess I can just delete that one. Is it even visible? I guess it is. I guess if I can't even see it in the reference, it's not really visible, but it is sort of visible, so let's just get rid of it. Delete line. Oh, of course. Oops. See, look at this. I'm trying to move over the line, but it just doesn't want to leave. And it's annoying. Just leave. There you go. Please. Just leave. Too stubborn. Okay. But that should probably cover almost everything on Deadpool, and then we can do Wolverine. There you go. Anything left here on him? Oh, this line maybe? You can see it creates a bit of a thickness right there. We can remove this one. Wrong. Oh, is that the right one here? No? Okay. There you go. Get rid of this. Hello? Why is this? Okay, whatever. Okay, anything else? Let's see. I feel like the rest is fine. We have some like small things over here, but they're very, very small, and I kind of don't think we need to adjust these. If you look at the overall thing, I think it's fine. Okay, so now let's do the same for Wolverine, and then we have a good base to continue with. We have the inline, yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, let me render this first so we see if there are actually any problems we need to fix, or if everything looks flawless. His mouth's a bit black. I think we can fix that a bit. And then maybe, yeah, some small things here and there, and then we should be good. I don't know what this is. What is this? Weird bump. Whatever. Yeah, and then down here you can see, what is this? Is that a smiley face mouth? That doesn't need to be there. Yeah, nothing too crazy, just a small few things here and there. And then this is also done. I actually probably want to move the line out of the eyes for both of them a bit, because you can see it kind of makes them smaller than they actually are. Let me just do that for Deadpool real quick. And then we can go to Wolverine. Just move it out a bit. That should make it a bit better. See how much thinner it looks just because it's on this white. I don't know why that exists. It feels like a glitch, like a bug. And it shouldn't do that, but it does. So moving it outwards can fix that. There you go. Look at this. Much better. Okay. Wait. Oh, I just realized something. I did an oopsie. But a simple one to fix. Nothing too major. I just realized how I could maybe optimize this. No, actually I couldn't. No, never mind. I could not. Maybe I could. How I could optimize this model even more, or improve it even more. But it's it would make the whole, it would make this even laggier. So I'm kind of trying to, I probably don't want to do it. Basically, you know, the idea is to create a proxy mesh for the shadows. So usually, you know, if you look at models, especially with cell shading applied, the more resolution something has, the more chances there are that there are like small bumps, which are then creating like weird wobbling, for example, in the shading, or like weird like little dots of the highlights, for example. Which of course shouldn't be there, and the less geometry you have, the less chance that there is of that occurring. So what you could theoretically do is you could create a low resolution mesh and then copy the normals from that low resolution mesh to the high resolution mesh to smooth out the high resolution mesh, while still retaining the silhouette and details, right, of the high resolution mesh. But I tried that, I think, in the beginning when I created the first part, when I created the characters, and it was very laggy, unfortunately. And that's kind of why I stopped doing that. It also, yeah, it didn't work as great as I thought it would. So I just, yeah, didn't do that anymore. Because, you know, you have to imagine that basically on subdivision level 3, it would have to copy the normals from one, interpolate the normals, and then copy them over to the mesh, to the high resolution mesh, to each vertex of the mesh, and then also do the armature deformation, and then also do the all the other stuff. And I feel like that's just going to be even more laggy. Then I guess you could make it a switch where only in the render it does it, but it's still kind of weird. Maybe it could be a way to do it, but I don't know. I feel like it would just crash away more if I do that. Okay, so the eyes are fixed, but you can see here maybe I removed the eyebrows here, the extra brow lines, but I didn't remove them in any other frames. Let's fix that real quick. And then this should be done. So one thing that is definitely good here in this shot is that we don't really need to add any new lines, like extra lines, to detail this out even more. It is already detailed enough, so we don't need to do that, which is good. Something we probably want to do though is smooth out some of the lines, because some of them are kind of wobbly. So I want to, you know, smooth them out just a tiny bit. But that's fine. It's not that complex. You can see like here, these for example wobble a bit. Of course you wouldn't draw them that way, so smoothing them out, which doesn't take that long, would make a big difference. Okay, so now for Wolverine. First of all, the inlines. So what do we see here? What is this? Oh, I see what it is. I guess that's a manual line. We have three lines overlaying each other, so this one can probably just go. And that should hopefully make the other lines a bit more obvious. There you go. Okay, that's fine. Next up, we have this bit right here. No, we have the shoe. The shoe has a smiley face on it, or just a smiley mouth. Let's get rid of that thing too. Oh, we actually need to add details, but only really on his arms, because he has hairy arms, Wolverine. So we need to add those hairs. I think, but I have a good way to do that now. That can automate that. Let's see. So this is correct. Boom. Oh. Oh, right, okay. Oh, wait, he actually is moving away from him too, so we can remove some of these keyframes here too. So everything after this can go too. This can go and this can go. Nice. Okay. So now if we render this again, we should see that it's, oops. That it is at least a bit more organized. Yeah, you can see now the distinction, which is fine. And then down here, this thing is gone, the face, the mouth. So that's nice. Okay. Here, let's see. The fingers are a bit weird, I think. I want to remove these extra lines because they're kind of unnecessary. Clean this up a bit. Simplify it a bit. Should be easy. They're all just manual lines. Should be easy going. Usually if you see like anime shots or anime scenes that are a bit further away, they like to simplify their characters, you know, in terms of how many lines they add and stuff. So we can kind of apply that here too. That's fine. Oh. Wait, why is his arm, is that correct? I guess so. Okay. So that is fine. That should be fixed now. Maybe we can also remove these extra lines because, you know, they're once again unnecessary detail. Getting on here, oops. And just remove these, which doesn't work. Nice. Oh, no, what? Why? Oh, because they're not... Oh, I know why. This needs to go. There you go. Oops. Point. Good. And there you go. That should simplify that a bit. Let's see what it looks like now. Oh, I should probably do that for each frame. Yeah, I think that's better. Good. Now let's do that for every frame. His arm is a bit weird. You can see it here. How it you can see the muscle structure being perfectly defined by the silhouette of the glove. I think I want to simplify that too a bit, just because you wouldn't draw it that way. So it doesn't make sense to have it in here. But that should also not be that bad, because you just kind of, you know, smooth it out again. And the lines, the extra lines, should still be able to indicate the structure that, you know, is there. It's weird how I all of a sudden just find 3 techniques that I can use to speed this up. Yesterday in the evening. I feel like that I could do that even more. I just fall into this like habit zone where I just do, you know, when you already know how to do something, you don't really think like, oh, how could I do that differently? Usually I do that when I find like a new workflow that I go into. I just think like, oh, okay, that's how most people do it. Can you do it differently? But then when I find a workflow that works for me, I don't really do that anymore, even though it would probably be very beneficial to do. Maybe I should force myself to do that more. Okay, that's fine. Oh, right, the line. Oh, I'm gonna fix that later. Okay, let's see it now. Good. That's fine. Anything else that is weird here? Maybe this line right there and this one. Yeah, on the back there might be like a few small lines that we can get rid of. And that might be everything. This one, and then there's another one on the other. This one first. Oops. Delete it. Okay. So today we actually started with this scene, I think. Yes. So it's going to be interesting whether we can start with we can continue with another one. I feel like we can. We're going to be fast enough for this. Draw mode. We're currently 1 hour 15 minutes in. I feel like I'm confident in it. That we can do it. Oops. Especially once the cleanup is done, there isn't that much crazy stuff left to do, which is nice. So this might, you know, seem right now fairly slow. But once we get into the refining, it should go a bit faster compared to previously. Okay, that's fixed. Now over here. No, this bit here. Is that still a thing? Yes. Remove that, that's fine. Detailing is a never-ending process. Yeah, you have to force yourself to stop at some point. Otherwise you get lost in it. You stare into the void and you need to find an ending yourself. Otherwise it will drag you in. It's kind of the same with when you're sculpting. You want to make sure that the first levels of, like, there are like basically 3 layers of sculpting. First layer is, you know, the most basic shapes you can simplify something into. The second layer is, you know, kind of separating these big shapes into smaller shapes. And then the detail layer is like the next major one. And the details, you know, oftentimes, especially in the beginning, it's easy to go into the details way too early. And then you see, oh no, these big shapes look weird, I need to fix those again. But then you realize, I've already added those details over here. So you could either remove the details again to make sure that the broad shapes are right, or you don't adjust, yeah, you can't really adjust the big shapes anymore. So you want to make sure that before you get into the details, that the broad shapes look 100% right. Otherwise it's going to be really hard to adjust them again. That's oftentimes also why you can see when you look at the, especially when you look at likeness sculpting, for example, you can see the first sculpt, like the first draft, or like the first sketch, already looks pretty close, or you can already kind of recognize the character that they're trying, or the person that they're trying to sculpt in the likeness sculpt, in the first sketch. And that is really, really important, because otherwise, likeness sculpting is so fine in how much you need to capture the details and the perfectly proportions, that you don't really have that much room to play with. Like, you know, you need to be careful when you move over to more detail, because you can very quickly miss something and then you can't really go back anymore, unfortunately. Still playing with weight painting. I paid for that voxel heat diffuse. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that can work too. I have that too. It's a bit different way of weight painting, which, you know, multiple different methods can fix different issues. Welcome, Hamza. Like, I spent weeks on this one character. I found out that my elbow was too high, making my forearm look huge, so I had to fix that. Yeah. Yeah, you know, the first time I rigged the character, you know, also took a long time, but then, you know, the next time is already twice as fast, and then the next time is, you know, maybe also twice as fast, and the next time is, you know, so you just speed up more and more and more and more, and then at some point, it all, you know, you found your workflow, and it all is just much, much, much faster. So it's all, you know, just about learning and improving. Kind of like speed running, just finding what works for you and then just optimizing that more and more and more. Welcome, Padir. Hope you have a good day. I think I need to go to the door in a second. Maybe not. Mailman arrived. Or woman. Okay, gotta go real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Was someone making noise outside your window again? Yes. And it's not you, it was the post woman, okay? So or did you, or is that you? Are you the post woman that always comes to my house? You know, at least once a week? Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. I don't even know what happened. It sounded like weird rubber scraping or whatever. Maybe they drove over something. Okay. So, oh yeah, the face is like one major thing that I want to fix a bit. You can see his teeth are visible if you zoom in, but of course if you look at it from afar, it's not really that visible, so we can probably just get rid of it. Yeah, let's just delete it. Delete his teeth. Oh, doesn't work. We need to use the other layer. Oops. I really love tires. Isn't that getting tiring? Okay. Oops. Actually, it's fine. If you think about it, being tired, I wonder if that comes from, like back in the day, that would be used when you're getting ran over by, I don't know, by a car or whatever. What are the old ones called again? Like a carriage. Getting oops, rolled over by a carriage. Maybe that's the origin of the word getting tired. I'm curious. I would guess so. Like, yeah, why would you otherwise say getting tired? I guess maybe, yeah. Did you know that there's a job that tries to find the origin of words? So somebody, you know, does the work of finding where the first version of tired came from. So we know who said it first and what the meaning was. I don't know what it was called, but it exists. Maybe a language histographer. Is that a word? Historian, I guess, rather than histographer. Isn't something ographer for maps and stuff, for geology? I don't know. I think that's gonna work better. Just these simplified teeth should work better. The line is kind of just unnecessary. And I'm probably also just gonna remove all the lines around his face. The black of his mask is so dark that we don't really see the lines. Or actually, we can see them, but they actually don't really work that well. So I can probably remove most of them. Maybe keep the main one that creates his brows. But that should be enough. The rest is unnecessary. This time today I put on the pop song playlist. I'm not disappointed so far. I thought about using something more energetic on Friday, but I guess I could do that then too. Thought like you can enjoy energetic music only on Fridays. Oh. I also feel like because we're so far away here, the small shadows that might look weird aren't actually visible in the render either. So we don't have to fix those too. Maybe. I guess I'll have to see when we get there. I feel like I got lost in the sauce and details in the previous scenes, and we can speed that process up a bit too. Just by not zooming in fully or having the render as reference. Oh. Okay. Is that the last one? One more or two more, I guess. Actually, maybe a bit more, but not too much more. I don't know why I'm using a mouse right now, but I do. Maybe I should use a tablet. Makes it a bit more ergonomic and smoother. Yes, that feels better. Usually I try to not use my tablet if I... What is happening? Oh. If I don't... if I have to switch between tablet and mouse all the time. Some things I just prefer doing with a mouse, and so if I have to switch between the two all the time, it's just really, really annoying. So I actually... At some point I just stop using the tablet if it just doesn't make sense. If I have to switch all the time. Hello, why can I not remove this? Is that not part of... That has to be part of this. Or is it Deadpool? It's Deadpool, oh my god. That's so weird. Okay. Oh, I know why. Okay. Oops. Anything else? Let's see. On the face, yes. Good, there you go. And then you can see how the line goes straight through his eyes. I don't know why, but it doesn't look great. So let's fix that too. And then most of it should be done. Is this one yet now? Yes, good. Oh, I can probably delete the lower line first. Yeah. And then just extend the upper line. That should create a nice eye shape. Okay, nobody's gonna focus on his eye here anyway, so it doesn't have to be perfect. maybe clean it up a little bit, and then that should be fine. Okay, good. Now I want to just move it up a bit so that it's a bit clearer, and then that should be fine. Oops. So hard to see it. I guess I could go into solid mode. That makes it a bit easier to see. So now if we do this, for example, and render it, we should see a clearer eye, which is of course important. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at the eye. Looking pretty good now. Could be, maybe even be even higher. Like this. Welcome JB, welcome Connect Zone. Bit busy today. How's it going? Pretty good. I found yesterday after stream and today actually 4 more ways to speed up the refining process. So this should go way faster than before, and we should be able to finish way more scenes in the same amount of time. I'm really happy about that because yeah, it's been already a week and we're at roughly halfway almost. I would have liked to finish it this week, but I feel like now with these speed up with these processes, it might be the beginning of next week. But that's still fine. You know, I don't have a set deadline for this, so I don't need to, you know, I don't have any big pressure. Just it's something that I would have liked to finish at some point, right? At a certain point. But if that doesn't work, right, I would rather make sure that it looks good than that it, you know, that it's done in time that I just arbitrarily set, basically. Okay, that's fine. So, yeah, look at this. Now the teeth look much better. We could maybe even remove the lip below. I'm curious what that would look like. We get rid of this. What does it look like? Let's see. Are we on? Yes. I feel like that's better than the lip underneath. Yeah, I feel like that's better. It looks a bit more drawn. I like it. Oh, look at... Remember this song from my last video? It's always funny either hearing songs you've used or you've heard before in other people's videos, or, you know, when I stream, hearing the songs that I've used in videos before. Because you've heard them so often that you're like, oh my god. There it is. It's kind of like how when you're in like an ad agency and you created like a poster, for example, seeing it actually printed in real life. Like, oh, I made this. Here it's like, oh, I used this. I remember this. Okay, that's fine. Not so many questions, at least from me. Gotta see this complete, yeah. It's not that much longer, so we're getting through it. So it shouldn't be that much longer until we get there. Okay. Okay, anything big that looks weird? I feel like I want to remove this line and just fill this with blue. Because it is kind of... Yeah, I think so. It's a bit too much over here. Let's just remove it. Draw mode. Oops. Ta-da! Also weird how sometimes the automatic liner just deletes some of the or we'll just ignore some of the lines. Really, really weird. So that should make it look a bit better, bit cleaner. Yeah, look at this. And then we just fill this with blue and then nobody will notice. Okay. There's just this little bit right here, and I feel like that's all actually enough. We have like 2 poses for him, so there's probably a bit more that we need to do for the second pose, but this pose already looks pretty nice. Yeah, see these kind of weird lines? I want to get rid of these, and then we should be good. This one. Okay, good. And now we have this. What does this look like? Any big things over here? Okay, yeah. Look at this. Everything looks pretty good, except for over here. What is this? What is that weird sketch? There are some lines we can get rid of there, and then that basically should be everything. So, go in here and just delete them all. Boom. Oops, a bit too much. All of this can go. Wait, do I delete this or do I just smooth this out? I feel like this could be smooth. Yeah, I know what the problem is. Actually, I'm just going to delete everything here and then just redraw it. I feel like that's easier than having to fiddle around with these things. No fiddling allowed. Speed is the name of the game. See how there's like this little corner? That's what happened over here. But rather than trying to smooth this out, I'm just going to redraw it. Maybe in the new way that I have learned. Excuse me. Welcome, work. Hope you have a good day. Good work day, you could say. Oh, yes, get rid of this. Okay, so that looks much cleaner now and should also be not that hard to fix, which is nice. The other side looks pretty fine. This is just very stretched, which creates these very, very stretched lines too. I think the shrink wrapping just works a bit weirdly here, just because it is so extremely stretched. But, you know, it's fine. Okay, a few more, and then we can probably start the refinement process. Well, first of all, we want to clean this up. No, we want to smooth some things. But, you know, that doesn't take that long. What is this? Get out of here. There you go. Good. Oops. And then he's over there. So, is there a bit more here? Maybe this line, but this line is kind of fine. I think it's easy to fix though, so let's just do that real quick. Where does it start? Here it is. This line is just a double line that we should be able to fix very easily. It's this line, yep, good. Get rid of it, boom, and then we're good. Camera's shaking so much that I always have to hit a different part. Oh. Okay, good. That should be it. Nice. So, now we've removed the lines that are unnecessary. Now, we can smooth some of the lines that are a bit too wobbly. You got cold? No. Why? Do I sound like I have a cold? So, first of all, you can see here the neck. The lines are a bit wobbly. So why don't we smooth those out a bit? Ta-da! Much better. And then here. Yeah, this, you know, you wouldn't, once again, you would never draw them that wobbly. So, you know, having them be wobbly here would also not make sense. So, you know, with the smooth, I mean, with the scope in scope mode, you can smooth these out a bit, just to make these lines a bit better. Bring out the full potential of these lines. Lift them up, give them compliments. Maybe take them on a walk, tell them how great they are, how proud you are of them. Maybe give some money, maybe. But that's optional. There's no money giving option in Blender, unfortunately, yet. Okay. Can you actually donate right from Blender? I wonder. Is there like a donate to the Blender font button? Hold on. Help. Support. Oh, I guess that's support for report work, save system. No. Interesting. Oh, you actually have a manual link here too. That's cool. Interesting. Do you have, what else do you have here? Support? What does support do? Oh. Nothing that great. What about... I don't really care about Python. Operator cheat sheet. What is this? Oh. Okay. Whatever. Let's smooth some of the other things here. So what else do we have? I think this one I noticed looks a bit weird, but it's also easy to fix. Just smooth it. There you go. Good. That looks nice. I wonder if this line is actually necessary. Is it visible in the render? Who knows? I don't have the render properly set up for that. If it is, then I haven't noticed it while I looked over it. So nobody else will notice either. Except for you, because you know that it's here. Okay. Anything else wobbly on Deadpool at least? Maybe the chest? We could probably push that a bit out, but it's actually, let's see what it looks like. I think it's fine. Yeah, I feel like Deadpool is already pretty good. He came out of the box pretty good. Just a few smoothings and then he's ready. He is basically now ready because I already did the smoothings. Something that I just noticed are these lines down here. These lines I think are just made by Wolverine though, Wolverine's line art, so let's fix those real quick. Down here. Get rid of those. Sneaky little lines. Think you can hide from me? It's also crazy how much of a difference just the line art makes for these characters. Before it, you know, they still have the what's it called? Toon shading, right? Or the stylized shading. But those lines just make such a huge difference. They immediately improve the look like tenfold. It's crazy. Okay. That's fine. Now for Wolverine, there's a bit more, I think. But it's also not that complex. Especially like his arm I want to fix. Because it's just way too detailed. And then we should be good. Do I want to remove this line? Probably, actually. Let's do that now. So, first of all, boom. Unnecessary. Second of all, nope, do that for every frame first. Yeah, that's always, of course, the problem that you have if you're trying to create a 3D model for like a 2D style, that the you know, how you create it will never look perfect in every shot. So there will always be small adjustments that you have to make. That is just kind of, you know, how you set up the model, right? You want to account for those and then find fixes or create variations in the model that you can then switch between to optimize them for different scenes. What FPS do you prefer? I don't really prefer any FPS. I guess that I just mainly use the default 30. But if you know, if it's for this anime stuff, for example, I use 24 just because that's kind of the default that most anime uses, maybe even all. And it also saves me time, so why wouldn't I use it? But it's not, you know, I don't really have like a big preference. So people say like, oh, 24 FPS looks more cinematic and stuff. I don't really care about that too much, so yeah. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just smooth it out. Wow, look at this. And now it already looks much better. Much more natural. Especially if you go into rendered view. Look at this. Much better. Much more hand-drawn. Okay, good. That's fine. Doesn't actually need to have too many big adjustments. It's just about smoothing it. These small bumps, get them out of there. It's kind of similar to Deadpool. Kind of getting the small wobble out of there. And that should be enough. And then we can fix the overlap of line art and texture by changing the texture rather than both. Okay. Do we have to do this here too? I guess so. Just smooth it out a little bit. Make it look a bit more hand-drawn. Good. I feel like that's already enough. Okay, so Are there any more wobbly lines? I see a few more. Nothing too big though. But I think I want to fix those first. Yeah, otherwise, all the other lines. Oh, this one maybe here up top, and then that should maybe actually be it. Just smooth this a bit. Make sure that it's not too wobbly. And then it looks nice. Usually they become wobbly because of how the body deforms. So with the quick smooth pass, I guess you could call it, that can be fixed very easily. There's also like very small amount of jitteriness, so it's not going to be that visible in the render. But if you can smooth it out quickly, why not? Fix these small issues. And then here you can see, especially this one looks kind of weird. You can just smooth that out, and then we have a nice clean line. Okay. Just a few more, and then that might be it. Oh no, there's one more line that I remember what I wanted to fix. It has seared into my mind. It has burned itself into my brain folds. Okay. The other one that I saw was this one. What is this? Okay, so fix that. Now, oh, I see this one. This one I forgot. Smooth that out a bit. And then do that for the others. Oh, actually no, that's refining step 2. So we're gonna do that in a second. Here right now. Oh, what is this doing? There you go. Welcome, Christian. Hope you have a good day. This looks good. I don't know. Yeah, these lines here are very stretched, which is why they create these big spikes. But by just moving them over, we can quickly fix them. This looks fine. And that is the power of refining. Okay, good. So this should be everything. Let me render this shot to check it, and then the other one too. The other pose, I guess you could say. Just to make sure that there's nothing big that is still looking weird. This looks fine. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything big. The big thing, of course, that is now missing are like small offsets in color, for example. You can see here the line art is surrounding the shoulder, but the shoulder color, it doesn't extend to the lines. That's what I want to change. And then also just the refinement of the the shadows. The shadows look pretty good already. Like here, the triceps looks nice. Wolverine looks nice too. Maybe just some small adjustments here, for example, to make it a bit rounder, a bit more, a bit better. And then that's basically it. Yeah, so let's do that now. Before I do that, let me sit down again. Okay. Feels good to sit down again after standing for a while. Still a bit exhausted from Gamescom last weekend. Nice. I was there twice before, but I was younger when I was there. Haven't been there for a while. Played Monster Hunter 4 there before it came out. After waiting for 2 years for anything to arrive in Europe, it finally did. How Monster Hunter does it. Usually. Kind of annoying, but I guess it is what it is. Happy about the outcome of my photos. Oh, nice. Took some nice shots with proper light setup, and now I just need to create the 3D backgrounds for them. Okay. Wait. So you take photos of people and then you put them into 3D backgrounds? Thank you, Curtis. I appreciate it. How are you able to attach them to your rigged character? Basically, so the way you can add line art to your characters, one way is, of course, to use the grease pencil. There's a modifier called line art, which you can see right here. These are all line art. Oh, you can't see my. Let me hide my webcam. These are all line art objects, right? This and this, and then these up here too. And all of these control certain things. The line art manual. Or the line art inline is basically for automatically generated lines. And the line art manual is made for manually added lines. And the way this works is basically that by ticking, you don't even need contour. By ticking only loose, it draws a line over any single edge. So we could use this. I don't want to do it here. But basically how this works now is that I have the base model, and then I created a second layer above the base model that has floating edges basically, that then get detected by this line art modifier as edges that are supposed to be covered by lines. So it adds lines over them, and basically this way you can create like a manual, you can basically create like an edge cage that defines where lines are supposed to be. So for example here, it would be, let me show you. Here you see all those lines, like these lines are just edges that are, if you're close enough, you can see it. The edges right here are just above the model, so that when then you pose the character, they move with the character because they have the same weight painting. And when they then, you can see it here, when they then are actually in view of the camera, they then get covered by a line. And this way you can create these, you can add lines that otherwise wouldn't be there, wouldn't be automatically generated. Not just random people, cosplayers who are interested in taking pictures only. Oh, okay. So do they hire you, or do you just like offer it to them and then, you know, to you know, get more people to know you and then maybe hire you for something later? Is that your plan? The 3D part is rather new, since the last time I did the cosplay photography was before Corona and my 3D skills were not that good back then. Yeah, now you're a 3D pro and can perfectly create 3D environments for people. Okay. So Oh, wait. What did I just say? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, fixing. So now the next step is overpainting. Wow, what does that mean? Well, let me show you. I think what I want to do here, actually, real quick, is add a plane, then align that plane with the camera. Boom. And then move that plane in front of the camera, kind of like here. This plane will basically serve as the source or the point where we'll draw the overpainting. Basically now we see this is the automatically generated look, right? With normal physically generated or calculated light and stuff. But to make this look a bit more anime, I want to also do some manual adjustments to make it look even better. And I can do that with the overpaint grease pencil layer. Which means that I just basically can go in here. I say, hey, I want to add some extra line art. So I use my pen tool. For example, have a line art here on his head. Oh, hold on. Wrong settings. Boom. And we have a line right there. Wow. But the thing is, this overpainting layer is not on, like, it doesn't draw on his face. It draws basically just in between the camera and the actual scene. So we have like we basically just have like a second layer that is covering everything else. So we can do some adjustments that way. Boom. Oh, my face cam is still off. There you go. Just a hobby? Okay. So, I'm wondering whether I should turn off shadows for the for Deadpool. No, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. Because the shading on the blades look weird right now, but it's fine. So basically, here now we can use one way to speed up this process. Okay, since Deadpool is only really here and only really visible and moves very, very slowly like this, we can do something really cool. Okay, he moves kind of linearly and then he's gone, right? So what we can do is we can create the... Let me just show you. First, we need to create the... actually, no. I'm going to tell you how we're going to do this now. So here's one way I figured out to speed up the fixing of shading, basically. First of all, we need to set this to 3 so we can see the max resolution of these two. And then I also want to make sure that I quickly lower Wolverine's down. Let's just set it to 0 so it's obvious. Okay, so basically what I want to do now is I want to finish one frame, then go to the last frame where he exists still, right? The last frame where he exists, then sculpt or move all the things that I've added in the first frame over there so that it fits the exact same, right? And then I can use the interpolation tool to interpolate the in-between frames so I don't have to redraw them all manually. Which should speed this up quite a lot. Also, that wasn't actually an idea that I had. Somebody actually joined and said, hey, could this work? And yes, it can. So first we need to go in here. So this is now the shading that it will have when we render this, basically with max subdivision levels. Drink something real quick. So, okay, here it is. We go to overpainting, select the fill layer because the line art is already fine. Can you hear that plane? You can. Hold on, let me mute. That should be fine. Okay, so first thing that I want to do basically is just fix the overlapping issues or the offset issues. Like here, the lines don't really line up with the edges anymore, with the color edges. So I want to fix that first. Draw the, which one is it? Let's do the gray one first. Highlight. There's another speed up thing that I found here, I guess. Not really found, but just realized. What I did before was basically move those lines to the colored edge. I feel like it's easy if I just draw over the colors to match it up with the lines. So let's do that now. Shadow, stroke stabilization, and then just kind of fill this out. Also, this is probably not going to be super visible, but I would just to make sure that maybe in the future it's a bit more visible, I'm just going to draw over this. And then once this is done, I can show you how the next step works. Very simple, very easy, but it can save you a lot of time. Okay, down here too. I think I want to actually render. Have I rendered the frame? Let me render the frame real quick so I know what it looks like and where I need to adjust the offset, and if there are any issues that you see up close that you don't see. Like here, everything that I just drew isn't actually visible because the lines are this thick. So it's kind of, you know, another way to speed it up. What is actually visible, which changes. If you zoom in, you see the lines get thinner. So now you actually see the offset issues, but they're not visible in the render because you're so far away that it disappears. This here you can see, so let's fix that. Good. And then here, this you can definitely see slightly, but it's still there. So why not fix it? Ta-da! And then of course the big one here. The offset. Up here. I should probably zoom out to make it a bit easier. Ta-da! Those are kind of like the basic things that I always need to do for any shot. There's always going to be a slight offset, and the closer you are to the characters, the more visible they are. So sometimes you need to change more, sometimes you need to change less, but it's usually always there. It's a natural force, you could say. There you go. But it's also usually pretty easy to fix. And then on the other side here, the same. This one's even easier to fix because this was just one shade. The only problem is that the cursor is red. And his body, of course, his suit is also red, so I can't really see where the cursor is. That makes it a bit harder, but it still works. There you go. And then one more here. Gray shadow. There's a modifier on Deadpool, or in both characters, that kind of fixes the deformations when they raise their arms, for example, in the shoulder region. Unfortunately, you can't apply the same to the edges, the edge cage, I guess you could call it. So you create this bigger offset, unfortunately, but you know, fixing it that way is pretty easy. Okay, all the other offsets I don't think are visible. See here, for example, with the face, you can see some small offsets, but here you don't even see them. So let's render this again and see if there's anything else. And if there isn't, we can get to stage 2, which is refining the shading. Looks pretty good. Okay. So this should be fun. So first of all, down here, the boot. I actually want to look, I think I want to experiment and try something real quick, because I'm curious how that works. So I don't think it's gonna work, or yeah, I'm just curious how that works. Let me show you how the interpolation tool works. Okay, so we have a grease pencil layer, right? There you go. And then we draw origin, nope, 3D cursor, view. So if you were to draw in here now, like a line like this, right? Oops. Okay, hold on, let me grab this. Hello? How can I? Okay. Guess I'll do it manually. There you go. So we draw a line on frame 1 like this, right? You can see the line, maybe a bit thin. 10, there you go. Okay, this is line 1, okay? Then we go to frame 10. And we also draw a line. Or what you can do, the way that I want to use it, since we've made a line on frame 1, and the movement goes all the way to frame 10, what we can then do is use the scope mode to push, for example, the curve over here, and, you know, change its shape to the exact opposite, like this. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now, oops, I actually forgot something. You have to have auto keying enabled. Boom, okay. Then move it over. Okay, there you go. And then you have one frame, you have the other, right? So now if you want to interpolate between the two, you can go, for example, into the middle, wherever you want to go. And then use the in draw mode interpolation tool, this one. So we can now just go in here, click anywhere, hold, and we can determine how far it's supposed to travel. So let's say 50% because we're right in the middle in terms of frames. Looks a bit janky, but I guess we could smooth it out if you wanted to. And if we go somewhere else, we can do it again and create, you know, a more frames in between. Oops. More frames in between. Right, and then it looks like this. There you go. So if you don't change the shapes that you have, if you only move them somewhere else, it can work like this. Now I have a different question. What happens if we have a line here, okay, and we also have a shape right here? Hold, yeah, okay, right here, and I guess here, there you go. And now we go and make a shape here that is different, okay. And also a different line. So what happens now? How does that get interpolated? Because now we have 3 objects here and 2 here. What happens if we now interpolate this? What is that? Okay, interesting. I guess that works. Not really, but yeah, it's weird. It kind of tries to shape them, I guess, in the right way, but it doesn't really work that well. So you definitely want, when you want to use this, want to keep the same shapes. Just move them and reshape them a bit in the way that you want, right? Otherwise, this, maybe it works a bit better for line art, but you know, it really doesn't work for the shapes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that that is how it works. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's kind of how I want to do it. I want to move the things instead of drawing new shapes. Then I can interpolate the in-between. Deadpool got some stylish boots and booty, of course. Obviously. Yeah, I thought about what I want to give him for boots. Or like shoes. I thought first about like actual boots. But it looked like he actually just has normal shoes. He just has some more extras like plating on top of it. Maybe not necessarily sneakers, but you know, normal, I guess like sort of low boots, shoes or whatever, like more, you know, rigid shoes. If you look at this, for example, here, see this one here. They actually, I think they're actually sneakers or just running shoes. You see they cut off right there. So they're not really like crazy armored boots or whatever, like army boots. He just has some plating on top of it, and that's basically it. You can see it here too. So nothing too crazy. In some others he has something different, but I kind of just went with the movie version, because why not? If I'm making a video about the movie, right? Why not also take that as the main inspiration? How's the project going? What have you done so far? Pretty good. Today we've worked on this one. And I've covered some things that, like ways to speed up the refining process, which should make it a lot faster to finish these scenes, which is nice. Let me see what we have here. Wait. Oh, right. Shadows. Yeah. And we covered some ways to speed up the refining process, which should make this a lot faster. So, line art is fine. Let's do some shadows. I think I want to keep this pretty much how it is, almost everywhere. Just some small areas I think can be refined a bit, maybe can be sharpened a bit, and then that should be it. It is quite far away, so I feel like most of this looks pretty good already. Draw mode, okay. For example, here this can be refined a bit. You can see this kind of weird roundness here, it looks weird. So I want to get rid of this. And then also sharpen the arm, shadow. Like this, there you go. Ta-da! And that should look a bit better. Same with his face, you can see, what is this? What is that? That looks kind of weird. I'm just going to remove the shadow altogether, I think. Should make it a bit easier. Good. His fingers look a bit weird. I think we could just make them full dark, why not? There you go. Okay. I probably want to align this plate's shadow with the hand, so let's do that. Move that over here. Okay. And then this looks kind of weird. How it's kind of just extending, so I'm going to simplify that too. Move that over here, and that should be fine. Small things, nothing too crazy. The biggest shadows already look fine. There are just some small adjustments that I wanted to make. Maybe we can simplify this too by just moving this over here. I also have to keep in mind which things I've actually changed, so I know which ones to change. I mean to adjust. But I feel like I can do that. Hopefully. There you go, move that over there. I thought about adjusting the chest a bit. Maybe it could be... I could extend this a bit. Actually, should I? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Actually not extend it, but just rather do this to sharpen it a bit. Make it a bit more defined. And then same for the shoulders. I think the shoulders can really benefit from a bit more refinement. Like for example, here, this can go over here. And then this other, the second part of the shoulder can go a little bit further over here. Just to kind of refine the shape a bit more, really show the individual muscles like this. Same here. And then connect back into the main shadow like this. I feel like that actually, does that look good? I don't know. I'll leave it there probably. Doesn't really add too much, I guess. Maybe just make it broader. Like that works a bit better. And then here for the neck, I wanted to do some more adjustments. Video buffering. I don't have any drop frames on my end, so probably you. You have to learn to let things go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The small details in every frame are really only visible for you. So just yeah. Just let go and focus on what is actually visible for everyone else. Oops. Except maybe if you're, you know, contributing or like participating in a competition, then maybe you want to spend more time on the details because that's maybe what people also look at. But otherwise, yeah, it doesn't really, nobody will notice. Oops. That's good. This other one can be a bit simpler. There you go. And then the face, I think I want to simplify a bit too. In a pretty easy way. Just kind of follow the line. One side of the line is bright, the other side is dark. There you go, looks much better. And then the same up here. Okay. I feel like that's better. Now, the shoulder over here. And then that might actually be it. Looks like it. So let's finish this bit here. Nothing too crazy. Actually, it looks pretty fine already. Maybe only this bit here, sharpen it a bit, and then we should be good. Sharpen the shadow here. And here. There you go. And that should be fine. Okay, good. So let me show you what we do now. Actually, before we do that, let me actually just render this and see if there's anything that I've missed so far. I don't think there is, but you know. There you go. Oh, wait, what? Why is there an issue? What is happening? Hello? Let's see. I feel like there's a mosquito in my room. I'm scared. Why does it look weird? It is fully... Oh my god, I forgot to increase the multi-resolution level. God damn it. That's fine. Yeah, just some small things that I need to adjust. And then we should be good. I guess I'll remove that and to redo it. Go over here. Ta-da! Wait, what? What? Where does it go? What? Hello? Where am I painting right now? Nowhere. What is happening? Is it painting at all? What am I doing? I'm confused. There it is. But where does it go? Why is it not visible in the camera? Am I just weird? There it is. Why was it not visible before? Is there anything in front of it? Let's try that again. What is happening here? Why is it gone? What is happening? It is behind. Why? Did I change the 3D cursor position? I did. Why? When? I guess I'll bring it back here. The problem is I don't know how to bring it back here, since if I do this right click, it goes through the drawing. If I go here and select points and then I press the like Shift S cursor to selected. Ah, that okay. I guess that just worked. Weird. Okay, fixed. Easy. Maybe it's Bill Gates mosquito. What does that mean? All it wants is not my blood but my money. Okay. Is the pivot 3D cursor? No. The 3D cursor is basically where you add when you add an object. The 3D cursor is the point, or like the position where you add it at. The pivot point is the little orange dot, and the 3D cursor is the one that is like, here we go. This one's the 3D cursor, this red and white circle, and then the pivot point is the yellow one somewhere else that you have for every object. Okay. Okay, these small adjustments should be almost enough. A bit more here. It's always annoying not having set this to 3, because then there's always going to be adjustments that I need to make, but usually they're kind of minor differences to the earlier or like lower resolutions. So it's not too drastic, but you know, it's still annoying. There you go. This one looks weird, this band. I'll just fix that here. Okay. Shoulder, I think, can be extended a bit. Maybe to here, why not? And then, ooh, do this. Okay. Looks pretty good. Here's one more. I just have to make sure that the first frame looks fine, so I can then create the last frame and then interpolate. So as long as that one frame looks good and has everything that we need, it'll be fine. I just need to make sure that it actually does have everything we need. Of course, I can also just redo it, but you know, that would be a time waste. We want to speed run this. So we don't want to waste time. Okay. Okay, there you go. This should be it. Now we can go into object mode. We can now also go into solid mode to see where we've drawn everything. So we can see like kind of which areas need to be maybe moved, right? And now basically just we move to the last frame where he exists in the shot, at least. It should be maybe this one. What? Why is it going backwards? There it is, last frame. I think 15 is the last keyframe that it needs here. So now we just go in here and we go into scope mode and we can move everything we have here over to where it needs to be now. So what I can do here is just make this brush as big as possible and just kind of bring this into the right position and then fine tune it once everything is kind of there. So we can see here, this needs to be over here. Move it over. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Move it over. So it looks decent. There you go. What is this? Okay, that's fine. Then once everything is kind of in the roughly the right place, we can fine tune it. And if there is anything that we see that maybe we need, you know, to fix by adding more, that's also fine. What is all this? Oh, right, I remember. Down here shouldn't have changed too much. Actually, not at all. That's nice. This has changed. And now we can fine tune it. And then once we've done this, we can just interpolate the middle parts. Are you painting every frame? We've done that before, but now we don't need to do that anymore because I found a better way to do this, which is this. Okay. Now this looks a bit confusing. me go into solid view so I see what I'm doing. And just extend this to cover the shadows. There you go. See, that is fine. This can be adjusted a bit. Oops. Oh, I see what I'm looking at. It's hard to identify some of these things. Okay. Oh, I know what it's... Oh, okay, I get it now. It needs to be over here. I get it. I get it, finally. I was like, where are these weird shapes coming from? Where is their place in all of this? You know what the worst part is? When you think you have like a mosquito in your house, in your room, that it then always feels like you do have one, but then there is actually nothing. I wonder why the skin does that. Like, oh, check me out, maybe there's something. But then there never is. It's like testing. Like, oh, it's like scared. Your skin is like scared and asking like, hey, check me, please. Similar to when you just randomly have like this itching, even though there's like nothing happening. You just sit somewhere and all of a sudden you just need to scratch. Just because for some reason your skin just started itching. Wait, how far did I move this? Up. Oh, okay. And then once, if sculpting isn't working that well, we could also go into edit mode to fine tune it even more. But maybe we don't need that here. It is looking pretty good already. There you go. Oh, missing this. What is this? Ah. Hello, can I please move you? That's good. Fix these small things here. Move it over there. And that looks pretty neat. After refining this, we have a nice beginning and end point, which serves as a good base to create the rest. Oh, there's a bit more here. Jesus, that music sounded like there's a mosquito right next to my ear. I'm paranoid now. I can't stop thinking about it. You know that sound when you're sitting somewhere and then right next to your ear? Horror. Pure horror. What nightmares are made of. Okay. Look at this. So, anything else? There's something here. Okay. Wait, no, it moves it down here. Hold on, where am I? Where am I? I don't really see what I'm moving. There it is. Ah, that's good. Okay. That's good, okay. Arm looks nice. That's fine, that's fine. Let's now compare before and after, just to see if there's anything wrong. Oh, the shadow can be moved a bit further up. Like over here maybe. That looks fine. Why are there just a few points? Whatever. And then before, after, looks nice. Let's see, let's compare now before, after in some regions to make sure that it looks good. What is happening here? There's no gray. What is happening? Oh, there's just no point. There it is. Good. So. Okay. So, before, after. There was one more here, wasn't there? Yes. Hope we create some stuff in Unreal Engine 4.5.42 and make video game videos out finishing this someday if possible. Yeah, I've kind of given up on Unreal so far. I want to focus more on Blender right now. Just because Unreal is a whole new thing that I need to learn. And before I can create like cool videos about that, or like videos that I would like to create, I would like to stick with Blender first. Maybe at some point I'll get back to it. It's just a whole nother bag of beans. A whole lot more to figure out there. Okay. Oops. The hand here needs to be adjusted, and then everything should be in place. And then you can see the magic of the interpolation. So before, in the previous scenes, what I've done, right, where I drew the lines in the first frame, I would have had to then either copy that frame and just move it, right? How I did it here, but for every frame, right? Or now I can also just go in here, draw mode, go into the middle of this, 15 frames this is, which should be, so if you divide this, hold on, how many frames do we have in between here? 1, 2, okay, so we have 1, let me mark this real quick so I can do the math. Okay. Yeah, I just want to now basically calculate what percentages I need to give each of these keyframes. Oops. So that the interpolation also works, you know, properly. There you go, so that should be all of them. Okay, so you can see right now it looks weird because it's offset, right? Because it doesn't move with the body. But then when you switch to the final keyframe, it switches to the final, you know, look. So now, what I want to do? How many points do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 100 divided by 7 is 14.2857149. Okay, so we know which. So the first keyframe basically needs to have a value of 14.27, I think it was. We just go in here. We say click. Oh, also, we need to make sure that the layer, right here, you can change the layer. We can either interpolate all layers or only the layers that are active, so the one that is selected. Right now we have the fill layer selected. I guess you can select it down here too. Okay, active, flip mode, I don't know what that means, but who cares? Iteration smooth, I don't really change this at all. I just make sure that active is on, and then I click, drag, and then set this to 14. And boom, shading is fixed. Easy. Good. Now we need to go here. Of course, now the thing is, we have already interpolated this keyframe now. So the amount of steps here, we can't just add 14. We have to now calculate again. How many steps do we have here? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Meaning 100 divided by 6 is 16.6. So we click again, drag. 15, 16. Let's just do 17. Why not? Boom. Fixed again. Next one, which should be now 5, right? Which means I don't want to calculate right now. 5 is 20. 20%. 20%. Boom. Fixed. Next one. This one has 4 now, which should be 25. 25. And then the last 3 or last 2 keyframes, which should be 33 here. And then since we only have 1 keyframe left, we need to use 50%. And then we have perfectly working shading. Look at this. And now, if you look at this, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 keyframes created in 2 minutes. That would have taken me probably an hour before. There you go. So that's one way to speed things up. Now we just need to do the same for Wolverine. And then we're done with this shot. And we haven't even worked on this for 3 hours. Yes, so let's just do that. So for Wolverine, we can just now just... Oh yeah, we will get there in a second, okay? Let's call this fill DP fill. And then we create another layer for Wolverine, so we can interpolate individual layers for the individual characters. Okay, so good. So that's already done. Now, the same for Wolverine. Let's grab where's Deadpool? Too many stuff here. Here it is. Theoretically, you could just remove Deadpool, but I'll just change his resolution to 1. Okay, maybe even 0. There you go. Okay, and now we can change this for Wolverine to 3. So he is now fully, has max resolution, and now we can adjust his shading, which actually shouldn't be too much because most of him is actually shaded in darkness. So in shadow, I guess, not darkness. So the way this works now is of course if he were to use the same fill layer of this overpainting here, this you see the layers here. We've interpolated the fill layer for Deadpool, but of course if we now add the shading for Wolverine, we want to put it on a different layer so we don't disrupt Deadpool's layer, right? So that's why I created a second fill layer. And now we can just go in here and do the same for Wolverine. Very, very easy. Oh, there's actually something that I might want to add here in terms of line art too. Maybe I'll draw that because it's pretty quick. Let's do the shading first. Okay. When I first day bought headphones, I used to listen to door knocking. Okay, mosquito sound. Okay. Why? Why would you listen to that? I had this once with the mosquito and I was looking panically around me like someone about to get killed. Couldn't find the beast. Yeah. It's the worst when you just, you know, you get in your bed, you lie there, and then all of a sudden you hear the faintest buzzing, faintest light buzzing. You're like, God damn it, why? Why now? And then you either just accept, you just pay tribute, right? You just accept to pay tribute, or you try to find it, but that is basically an almost impossible task. And then the worst is when they actually, when you fall asleep and then you just hear it right next to your ear and you wake up again. That's the worst. When they actually, when they troll you as well. That's the worst. I had that once with 2 flies that were in my room, and you say, "Yeep," and then you're like, oh my god, and you wake up again, and then you fall asleep again. The next one comes, does the same thing again, over and over and over again. Drives you crazy. Drove me crazy. Okay. Anyway, let's get with this one done. Boom. We need... let's do the leg first. So yeah, he has some offsetting issues too, but those shouldn't be hard to fix either. Oops, what is that? Oh, right. If you're wondering why the colors that you set, when you draw with the grease pencil, why the lighting or why the colors don't look like the ones that you've actually set up in your shadings, right? Well, the shader color basically isn't the same that compared to the one that you're actually drawing. That is because there's a setting right here you need to disable, which is the lights setting here. So you can let geometry nodes be affected by lights. Usually, at least for my cases, you don't want to have that. So if you want to, you see the exact same color that you have actually determined in the shader settings, you just need to, disable this. And then all of a sudden, yeah, it looks like this. It looks exactly like the original. So if you ever have that problem, you now know how to fix it. Okay. So now, boom. Number 1. Number 2. Oops, wrong color, but that's fine. Stroke, material. Boom, easy. It was stuck on my shoulder in the fabric. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that offset is fixed. Yeah, I want to fix all the offsets first, and then we can do the rest. Here, for example, looking a bit weird. That looks better. Same here. You see I've smoothed out this bit a bit. this part of the line right here. So I need to also adjust colors here. This might be a bit different. Maybe the interpolation won't work perfectly here, but I feel like it's far enough away that it won't cause any major issues. I actually don't know. So if you use the interpolation tool, the interpolated keyframes are actually not the same as the ones that you create yourself. I wonder if that also means that you can't edit them normally. I feel like that isn't the case, but maybe. I guess we'll find out when I ever need to do that. We've removed this shape altogether, so we can just turn this into blue. There you go. And then, is that everything that needs to be fixed here? This bit here, maybe a little bit. And that should be it. Nope, other side too. I wish if somebody finds out how to change the cursor color for the grease pencil, that would be really nice. Because it is just the wrong color. I always lose it. Not necessarily the cursor, but the line, the leash that I'm drawing with when you smooth the brush, when you smooth the drawing. Let's see the leash. If it's above, if it's like behind a certain thing, or like cover, like on top a certain part, like this, for example, it's so hard to see. I would love to make it first of all thicker, and then also a different color, because that just doesn't work for me. Okay. I think that's everything for overlaying stuff. Now we can adjust the shading. There's probably a setting somewhere deep in Blender's settings menu where you can adjust this, but I don't feel like sifting through all those sub menus and stuff to find it. That is maybe a bit too much for me. Custom color theme using? Maybe. But I don't know if you can change that there. Maybe. I haven't seen it yet. I guess I haven't checked yet. So maybe you can. Okay, this is fine. Oh, I'm on the wrong frame. Wait, hold on a second. That is not good. Well, I think I need to redo this. I'm on the wrong frame. I guess I could sculpt it backwards. Let's do that real quick. I'm on frame 13 instead of 1. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to is it easy to resculpt or just move this? I feel like it's easy to move it. Okay. I'll just do it this way. Okay, wait. Okay. Sculpting can be a bit finicky and annoying, but it is still the best way to do this, I guess. Maybe, to say at least the fastest way. So I will endure. Okay. There you go. Move that over. Yeah, that's just the big thing that you have to be aware of, right? Just making sure that you're in the right spot with your keyframe. Otherwise you're creating like a keyframe in between, and then all of a sudden you have to redo the whole thing again. Or I guess you can interpolate 3 keyframes, but that's just wasted time. And we're here to optimize the workflow. Not waste time, okay? Wasting time is for beginners. And me 2 days ago. 1 day ago, actually. Okay. What is this? What is this shape? What is this? Oh, okay. I guess it's over here. I have no idea. Wait, what is this one? I feel like there's some things that I just don't even have here. Don't even need in this frame. That's the one issue that could arise with this method, where if you actually create over the first frame and then the shadow changes in the last frame in a way where you would have to add more to it. You know, more shapes, and then you create this weird interpolation. But I don't know. It's still better than drawing each frame manually. I can tell you that much. I have experience with it. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to wasting time on unnecessary stuff. But those days are behind me now, okay? I will never be wasting time anymore. Nope. Okay. The wasteful days are behind me. I'm getting older. I can't waste any more time. I only have a few days left, a few years left. I wonder if the way you create art changes when you get older. Like, oh, I don't have that much time left. Maybe I'll, you know, speed up my process to create more, or maybe I'll slow down to, you know, to create the last final masterpieces. Or maybe nothing changes because you just want to enjoy the last days how you enjoyed the first days. I guess you never really know when you die, so you can't really predict, like say, oh, I think tomorrow I'm gonna go. So you know what? Today I'm gonna enjoy. Doesn't really work that way, right? I guess in a way you can, but you know, that's not really what I mean. So this looks fine. Move this over here to give it a bit more room. Make this a bit more smooth. That looks fine. I feel like this one is going to be a bit more complex since it is a bit more like his silhouette changes a bit and the visible parts change a bit. So we might need to do some manual adjustments, but I guess that can show us what happens when we adjust interpolated keyframes. Okay, is that it? Is that it? Looks good. Yeah, there's a bit more. Just a tiny bit more that I want to do. Nothing crazy. Oops. And then we can do the interpolation, no, the sculpting. Something I also thought about is actually not going from beginning to end if the movement is too much, but actually just go like halfway sculpted and then go even further sculpted so that you have an easier way to trace where the things are supposed to go. So maybe I'll do that here too. I just realized that I actually solved re-emerging or newly emerging parts during the animation. I remember I actually found a fix for that already. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, that should be fine. Music kicking in, yeah. Maybe a bit more energetic than usual, but not necessarily complaining. Oh, and it's back to normal. Okay, so I wanted to adjust his shoulder here a bit. Yeah, we were actually not done. I just realized in the middle that it is not the right frame. There were some more changes that I wanted to do, but on the actual correct frame. Okay, so continuing this. The shoulder, for example, can be a bit more refined. Nothing too big. Sharpening the shadow, for example. And then extending this one. Actually, I don't want to extend it too far. I think that's going to be better. There you go. Not too bad. And then here, maybe we can add like a small detail shadow on this side. Just to give it a bit more depth. I think that'll look nice. Maybe it's not even visible, but it's fine. Okay. And then his face. I think his face is the main big one. The main big one. The main thing that is still a bit off. Maybe his shoulders too. We can probably bring it a bit further forward. Jesus. We have a kindergarten right next to our house. And I just heard them scream, and it sounds like a zoo. Sounds like just birds screaming. Usually I don't really hear it that much, but right now when I pay attention to it, it's it's crazy. Okay, that looks better. Other side, fix that a bit. Of course, the more small adjustments we have here, the harder it will be to move these in scope mode, but I think it'll be fine. Gets more and more finicky, but it'll be fine. It's something to worry about later. There you go. We have yeah, I have a school for small children attached next to us, and it can get messy sometimes hearing. Yeah. It's not that bad, at least for me here. Because there's like a tall wall right next to, like, we have a little, I don't even know what you call it, like a little entryway in front of our house. And on our left is the kindergarten. And there's like a huge, like 4 meter, like basically as tall as the house wall, which blocks most of the sounds. Maybe that was actually why it has been created, or like added, like built. Yeah, so it's not that loud. I already can't hear them anymore. Maybe they're already tired. Okay. And with this done, we have the shading for frame 1, the base shading. I think what I want to do probably is, I can't really do that though. Well, I guess I can. So we already know where the pose changes. And when the pose changes, we probably need a whole new keyframe, but that's fine. We know that 15 is the frame where it changes, or where the end of this shading, I guess, is. So I think what I want to do is actually, to make it a bit easier to move these things, I want to go to frame 7, where the movement hasn't, like where it has just shifted very lightly, and adjust this one first, and then go to 15. I think that makes it a bit easier to fluidly bring them back into the right position. Wait, what is this? See, we have another sped up song, or faster song. It's a nice mix, I would say, between fast and slow. I'm not complaining. Maybe a bit too crazy, but I guess we just have to endure. Endure this song. I just specified happy pop song playlist, and this is what it gave us. Not too bad. The occasional energy giver, I guess. Energizer, better, rather. Okay. So now, of course, it's actually pretty handy to be able to switch to solid mode and then make it, you know, see the shapes that have been drawn a bit easier. Makes it a bit easier to identify where they are, what they are, and where to put them. And that looks pretty nice already. And now we have a kid song. Okay, good. That's fine. Fixed. So now this one, I know where it needs to go, so let's move it over there. Ooh, perfect. Ta-da! Wait, the shadow. Oh, there it is. I was missing the shadow. It was underneath the shoulder pad. Welcome, Andre. Hope you have a good day. Gratefully I don't read your name wrong today. What do you mean? My name? Oh, right. There you go. The shading here needs to move over. I guess I can make a broad brush stroke here. Should have done that in the beginning, but I haven't. So now I need to refix this a bit, but that's fine. I should have probably done broad strokes everywhere first before I go into the details. But it's fine. There you go. It is already fixed. Welcome, Theodore. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Boom. And now this needs to move over. Good. That looks pretty good already. Just a few more adjustments here. And then this bit is done. And then the hand on the other side, as well as the shoulder here on the left side, and we should be good. Oh, his face too. Well, that should be easy to fix. God, it is kind of finicky. What is all this here? Okay. Multiple layers of shapes. There you go, that's easier. Okay. Good. Oops. Why can you not move? Dude, some of these things are really annoying. Just let me move you. Is it like switched? It is. Aha. Okay. Excited to see the result. Same. Working on it. Okay, is that fine? I feel like I'm getting lost in details again. That's fine. Teeth as well. That looks fine. Okay. This one moves over here. And then it's already there. Oops, I moved the lower bit too. I wish there was like some sort of mask feature here. Where I could just mask which parts shouldn't be moved and which parts can be moved. Maybe there is one, but I don't know it. If there is, I don't know it. And this is where some of the problems can arise, when some of the parts that you shaded become much bigger and then all of a sudden you don't have enough vertices. In this case, I guess it just still works. There you go. But it can be a bit more spicy in some other areas. Okay, that looks pretty good. Move this bit over here. You know what? No, I'm actually not going to do that. Jesus, this thing is getting distorted like crazy. Okay. So that's fine. That's good. And then this one, I don't even know where I use this. I'll just leave it here. Has a little thing right there. Okay. So this frame should be good. Looks pretty good. Save it. And then we need to go to number 50. I've never seen your face cam. Oh, you mean in the videos? Well, if you've seen the videos, maybe sometimes I'm in there, but not, you know, with a face cam, I guess. Welcome Candyland, hope you have a good day. I'm importing an OBJ file to Blender, and I find it very hard to scale and rotate because the dot of twisting or something like that is so far away from the actual object. That's the pivot point, the orange dot, I guess you mean. An easy way to fix that is to select the model. Select the model, like, I don't know, you know, Wolverine here, for example. And then object, set origin to geometry. And then it will place it sort of as roughly in the middle of all the geometry. Or if you want to place it in a specific area, you can also, you know, go to where you want to place it. Shift right click that surface. So to place the 3D cursor there, the 3D cursor is the red and white circle. So this one right here, this one, right? This one right there. This one. You can place that wherever you want to put the pivot point, and then you can say set origin, object set origin to 3D cursor, and that places it there. That's usually what I do. So for a tree, for example, you could select the inner edges. No, that would be another way to do it. I think the two that I just said are pretty good. Okay. Oh, right, 15. This one. No, 15. This one. Let's pray that it's not too much of a difference. Okay. This time I'm gonna do it differently, okay? This time I will make big changes first. Boom. Hopefully that works better. Place that over here. This looks good here already. The head is a bit off. And then the face looks fine from afar. The leg, of course, you can see. Ta-da! And then here, the arm. Good. What is this? Nobody knows, right? It's over here. Fill this bit. Smooth this out a bit. This thing actually isn't necessary anymore. So I'll just move it down here. And now we can adjust the details. Okay. Ta-da! Looking pretty good. So if I do it broadly first and then go more in detail afterwards, it I think it makes it a bit easier to push them in the right position. Otherwise I'm just trying to, if I go immediately small, it's easier to twist them and distort them a bit, which of course I don't want to do. This way I can avoid that. Okay. Ta-da! Over here. What percentage are you into finishing this project? I would say probably 65%, 70% maybe. That would be my guess. It's basically just refining now, then rendering the individual layers for each scene, and then compositing. And compositing is basically It's not that much, so it shouldn't take that much longer after the scenes have been refined, because that's kind of the main thing. Once the scenes are there, the rest is kind of just like small adjustments. Jesus, I hate this. I hate this. Which shouldn't be that bad and that hard. Okay. For the teeth, move them over, and that makes it pretty nice already. Okay. And then the head looks pretty nice. Okay, and then this part here. And then we have everything that we need, basically, for this first part, which is the before the slam. And then after the slam, we need to do the same, but, you know, once again, much better than having to draw each frame manually. So I'm not complaining. Is there a magic wand selection tool in Blender? Not really. Magic wand works in that you basically select pixels, right, with certain colors. You don't really have that in Blender. So no, that doesn't exist. You only have, you can only really select like full objects. What is this? Oh my god, so much spaghetti. God, okay. I guess here you see one of the issues with this method. Can get kind of messy at some point. Maybe you could split it up into more layers and makes it maybe a bit easier, a bit better to work with. But maybe also creating strokes with more resolution can help here. I guess it's just more about, you know, finding the best way to do this. Still, I haven't found the exact perfect way. I'm still experimenting. So, it is not perfect yet, but we're getting there. Perfect. So this looks fine. Okay. Yep, that looks good. So now we can do the interpolation. And since we already have an in-between step, it'll be easier to calculate. So let's just go in here, draw mode, interpolation. We have 3 here, so this should be 33. Oops, minus? How does that work? There you go. Looking pretty nice. What is happening here? Let me fix that real quick. I guess now we can see what happens if we adjust this. I guess it turns it into the normal keyframe. Yep, it does. Good to know. Okay. Good. I saw something here. I don't know what this is. Hello. Okay. Laggy. Okay. Everything else looks fine from what I can see. Nothing major going on. Maybe just some small adjustments here and there. Good. So now we do it again. Interpolate this one. Oh, lag again. Save. Let's make sure I save. And which should be 50%. Boom. There you go. Looking pretty nice. Small adjustments here and there, and then we should have this one done. And then we can do the other side. The other side of the keyframe, I guess. The other half. Okay, good. Now the other half, we have 4 here, so there should be 25%. Interpolation, oh, pretty loud. Okay, 25%. Does it look good? No major issues, some small things here and there. I guess we can do that, fix that real quick. Ta-da! Okay. And a few more. Hopefully the next few don't need any adjustments, and even if it is still 15,000 times faster than drawing them all manually. This should be 33%, and boom. Any issues? I don't see any. There, I see a bit more here. What is this? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Good. And then one more. Oh, never mind. I did the wrong keyframe. I needed to switch first. Welcome to the Nation. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Looks sick. Great work. Thank you. What are you making? Creating a 3D 2D looking 3D Deadpool animation. Good. Looks pretty good. Once again, a few more adjustments, but that's fine. Yes, good. So that looks good. So now, there was a bit more here, a few more adjustments that I've seen. Actually, is that visible in the render? Let me see if this is actually visible. What's your computer specs? You can check it out. You can read it in the comments. Ah, that's fine. It's not visible. Okay, good. So now we have the second pose, which comes right after this. This one. And this one is of course a bit different, so we can do the same here again. Oh, we need to also remove Deadpool's shading. There you go. And then for Wolverine we need to do the same. And create a shading for this. And then we can do the same here. How far do we need to go here? Let's check. This probably goes a bit further. Oh, never mind. Maybe not that far. Is GPU truly important for 3D? Yes. GPU is very, very much involved in rendering. So if you ever want to render an image, it's much faster to use a GPU for that than to use a CPU. But of course the CPU is more important for other stuff in 3D, so it's kind of a mix between them. But for rendering, it's definitely GPU. Okay, so do the second path. This one needs to use. Wait, what? No, never mind. I'm talking smack. I don't know what I'm saying. Here, we need to. Oh yeah, paint another frame. Okay. So first of all, this looks kind of weird. I think what I want to do is I want to kind of compare this to this and see what changes. And then see... Oh. Okay. I feel like I want to remove this shadow altogether. This one right here, it looks kind of weird. Remove this one and keep the one on the calf. Not the animal. His limb. Okay. Don't get it confused. Yes. This can stay. Like this maybe. Also, I probably... you know what? Yes. I actually do want to do that. I want to increase the simplify post-processing. Bring it down even more maybe to 1, just to have more points that are easier to adjust. Makes it less funky. The music can be funky, but please not my project. And some of the overlapping here needs to be fixed too, but that's easy. Yeah, I feel like that's better. And then this part here, this one is kind of messy. So it might actually be worth just kind of drawing over all of this. Maybe. That might actually be easier. feel like that's what I want to do here. You know what? I will do that. Create one big shape here. As a first start. I think that makes it a bit easier to also adjust, since we have like this big base that serves as this foundation, and we don't just have these small little spots that create the that's maybe a bit low, that create the adjustments, right? We have this big base which kind of covers the actual shading, and should make the adjustments a bit easier too. There you go. We have some color adjustments we need to do here, but nothing too big. Ta-da! And then on this side too. First I want to create a base like this for the yellow bit too. And then create the custom shading. Draw the custom shading. My laptop almost crashed out for the second time when I accidentally subdivided my object 6 times. Yeah. I know what you mean. When you realize a mistake, when you did one operation too much and you realize it while it's frozen and you just hope that it doesn't crash. Okay, I feel like that's a good base there. And then, for the, yeah, this one can change. I don't think I want to adjust the shading on his mask, because it's so dark, it's not going to be that visible. His face, maybe a little bit. I feel like this foundation strat actually works quite well. You create something like this first and then draw over it again to have something, a nice clean big areas that you can then adjust. There you go. So for the back, let's see what we can do here. First of all, this bit. Then this bit here, that's the shoulder. I think that's also a song that I've used before, but without the voiceover vocals. Maybe. If not, that it might be one for the future. Oh, it's actually not. Wait. Is it? I think it is. Actually, I don't know. Let's listen to the actual song. Hold on. Oh, no, I haven't. Never mind. I remember I was sculpting and I was pressing R to remesh and then I accidentally put too much and press Enter Control R. While laptop froze, then file was like 3 GB in autosave. Yeah. What I sometimes do, like I sometimes just get like these random crashes where it just crashes for no reason. Like I switch keyframes too fast, for example. All of a sudden it freezes and crashes. Or yeah, just like random stuff, really weird stuff. Usually my PC is strong enough for most operations, but some stuff, usually it just gets brought to its knees by just some random stuff that happens. Not even like any good reasons, just like, oh, you moved an object too fast. Crash. Something you've done before 15 times, all of a sudden is too much for your PC? Well, too bad. Crash. I think that's good. Now for the arm. Arm shouldn't be too hard. I think I'm just going to simplify this quite a bit. Make this one nice and smooth. And just make the whole hand here. Put it in shadows. Dip it in shadow and that should be fine. And we can do the same for the arm here, for the skin. There you go. Looking pretty nice. And then the shadow here. And that should be everything. Ta-da! Good. There you go. Anything missing? I think everything should be there now. Oh, what is this? Why is the boot dark, but the calf is light? That doesn't make sense. You know what? I'll do this. So I have a good base again, and then I can draw the black on top again. That should make it a bit easier to adjust than having these individual things again. They kind of shift and turn and twist. Having these big shapes should make it a bit easier. Make it a bit. Here it is. Okay, there you go. That looks pretty nice. So, now we have 35 frames. So 25, 17 to 25 maybe, and then 25 to... oh, actually, yes. 19, 21, 23, 25. Okay. So let's do 25. Oh. There you go. And then we can do 25 to 35. How does Blender make money? It was free till today. It's still free. In a way, they stole my donut model and sell it, right? No, it just has, it's open source, meaning that you first of all can access all the code for the program, and it is funded basically by people donating. So basically it's kind of similar to free-to-play games, I guess, where some people pay a lot of money, some people pay nothing, but everybody can use the program, you know. So some people have funded you basically being able to use the program. There's a little edge on the boot. Yes, there is, but I wanted to keep that there. I think it looks better. Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing right now. Maybe you mean something different. Oops. You mean this bit or this bit? There's this edge I'm gonna add later. The other bit I want to keep. Okay. That looks good. Now this bit here is already almost in the right place. It just needs to be moved slightly. That looks good. And then this, what is this even about? Oh, right, I remember. Yeah, with so many more points, it's much easier to move these strokes. So much easier. Okay. Other side. Big adjustment first, and then we can fine tune it. Good. Is this being better than just fixing the normals or adjusting them? I like it more. You can also do normal adjustments, but usually that doesn't mean that the shading then afterwards is perfect. So you will still have to do some adjustments. So what I prefer is to just not do normal adjustments and just, you know, make the refinement step a bit more elaborate. Because I just don't like normal adjusting. But both, you know, can work, especially if you want to create like a, you know, if you don't want to go into this much detail when it comes to like, or create this exact style that I'm creating, right? Adjusting normals might be a better choice because you can, you know, create a more anime look without having to do these tweaks. Yeah, I just didn't I just don't like that. Don't like normal tweaking. So I just said, you know what? I'll just do more adjustments afterwards rather than having to deal with the normals. Because those can be pretty mean. Okay, that's pretty good. This is a bit too far out, but that's fine. There you go. Perfect. Anything missing? His face. Oh, maybe a bit over the line. Slightly. There you go. Good. And then of course his leg. Leg should be easy to fix. Pretty broad shapes over here. There you go. Ta-da! Nice. And then this bit is a bit offset, but should be easy to move. Okay. So, does that look good? Oh, we have a bit of an issue here. That's fine, I could just move it over. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to move the other bit. The boot shadow. The actual leg shadow looks fine, so I don't want to move that. Ah, okay, it froze. There you go. I want to move the boot shadow a bit down like this. Yes, that should be fine. That should fix it. Good. So, does that look good? Let's see. Oh, I just noticed this. Oops. All the way over there. That of course shouldn't be the case. Good. Is this an official show? No, it is not. It is just an animation that I'm making. Welcome, Nicholas. Hope you have a good day. How's it going? Pretty good. Found some ways to speed up the refining workflow. So this is now working much better. And it's much more fun to do. Much more straightforward. Okay, good. So, now we need to go to 35, which should be the last one that we need here. This one is actually over there. So, oh. Wait a second, where are all the things? Hello? Where's the layer? It's not visible. How? Did it move that much? That is not possible. Why is it over there? That's so weird. Hold on. Let me check the camera view. There it is. Why is it over there? It should basically just move with it, but it doesn't. Maybe... Oh, the camera moves too, that's why. But that's fine. That is fine. We can just move it over there. There it is. We could just take all this and just move it over there. Ta-da! Kind of fit it in place, and then we can adjust it in scope mode to perfectly put it in here. That should work. Problems with importing into Unreal. Yeah, you have to make sure that everything is, you know, properly set up, otherwise it can look very, very janky. Like the textures and stuff, that they all look right. You can't use any of the shading that you've done maybe in Blender, like if you use procedural textures, for example, and you haven't baked them. Of course, that isn't really possible to move over to Unreal. And the shading, of course, in general looks a bit different since it's a different rendering engine. So some things just look different between the two. Kind of different, you know, how Eevee and cycles are different. That's kind of how that is too. Everything, you know, every engine works differently to optimize the view, right? There are some settings that are, you know, that some engines have that others don't have that change the look, for example. And depending on which one you use, you get different results because of that. Also, you know, they just optimize for different stuff. So let's see how we can do this. Push that in a bit. That too. This might need a few more adjustments than before, just because of the extra camera movement that we have in here. But that's fine. Still better than having to draw each frame by yourself. Got a cold couple days and feel like I have no energy. Yeah. That is always the worst. It is, yeah, you know, it's just something. It's unfortunately just something you have to get through. Hope you can get through it quickly. Take, you know, a lot of rest can help, I guess. I guess that's obvious, but just making sure. Warm tea, warm coffee, warmth is always good. Warmth heals. Oh, I hate it. It's already starting to twist itself. I don't want it. Stay there, please. Okay. How many more minutes left? I think I'm gonna finish this and then it's gonna be done. Okay. That looks pretty good already. I want to smooth this out a bit. I want to make sure that everything looks right. This is a bit weird. This is moved over. I think I need to find the point where the camera starts moving. And then before I interpolate, I think. Otherwise it could create some really weird interpolation because the camera moves so quickly over there. I'll need to see that when I get there. Right now we still have this bit to do. Okay. It's getting a little bit more wobbly, these shapes. Just because I have to tweak them, but I can still sculpt them and smooth them, so that's fine. It's not too bad. I guess that's just another part of this process. Yeah, I don't really see where to. Oh, I guess right here. There you go. Okay. Put that here, and then we have, I think, everything in place. Maybe the face needs to be adjusted a bit, but the rest should be in place. Face is next to him. Let's put it over here. I don't even know if he still has teeth right now. So maybe that doesn't work. No, he does. Just requires some creativity. Squeeze it in here, and then we should be... This should work. And it's also such a small space that it's not really visible in the render. So it's not that bad if it looks a bit scuffed. So this should already be enough. There you go. Okay, does that look good? Who knows? We'll see. Yeah, pretty good. It's already fast moving, so you don't really see this as well anyway. Which of your approach do you think has been the hardest? Probably the Berserk animation. Just because I tried so many new things to do it better than the Spirited Away project, that it was a bit messy and a bit overwhelming sometimes. And it also just took probably the longest out of all projects that I've done so far. Okay, so let's see when it starts moving, because that's kind of important here. Not here. Okay, next one. Not here. Still not here. When does it start moving? It should be now, right? Or is it already moving? Is it just so slow that it's hard to see? Yes. Oh, I guess I could just check the camera. Hold on. The camera's moving according to this, I think. Yes. So it starts at 32, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. So I need to create a 33. That is when it starts, so this should probably be interpolated, and then we can take this. Do you think people can grow more when setting them up for projects instead of follow along video courses? I feel like that's a bit... I think that is varying on the person. Some people like to do courses, some people like to do their own projects, or like just get given a project and then just have to figure it out themselves. I'm more of the second person, but you know, it's kind of a mixed bag, I guess. So you can't really say that one is better than the other. So I need this keyframe and then the following keyframe too. And then that should be all the ones that I need to tweak. Hopefully this one isn't that bad. It looks pretty much almost in line already. Just a few things here and there. Maybe if I zoom in a bit more, it's a bit more obvious. Okay. Looking nice. Nothing too big out of order. Just some small adjustments and then we have a pretty good base already. There you go. Come on, get in there. I hate you. Just go in there. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Just move. Okay, there you go. This bit here can go down. Okay, the leg looks almost fine. And then we can finally do the interpolation. The thing we've all been waiting for. The thing that will solve all our problems. No money? Interpolation. Maidenless? Interpolation. What is this? No idea how to use Blender? Interpolation. Boom, look at this. Okay. That looks nice. Oh, I completely forgot about the head part. Okay, there you go. Oh, phase 2. What is happening here? Yeah, I guess like this, maybe. Just cram it in there. Boom. Easy. Just put it in there somehow. Good. That looks good. Okay. So now, oh, I need one more, which is this one. Yes, okay. Do I? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I can interpolate this one too. Let's see. So, move it. Oh, that's far. Does that work? Aha! At least it gives us a good base, I guess. That just needs to be adjusted very slightly in some areas. Perfect. Flawless. Unbelievably good. There you go. So, that looks nice. And then, let's do it again. Wait, do we even? No, we don't even need to. Oh, here, of course. So, let's do this bit over here. So this now needs how many more? 25, so we're at 27. Let me, oh god damn it, it's so slow. It's fine. We need, how many steps is this? Two, so it's 3, so it should be 33% to interpolate. Yep, looks good. Then this one should be 50. And then the earlier bit should be, so this one is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 parts, which means 25% for the first one. Okay, 25%. What is this? 25. Boom. Then the next one only has 3 left, which is 33%. Let me do this. Okay, 33. And then the last one has 50%. Boom. Easy. Good. It is done. Now, bring back no one actually. We just need to, oh, right. Nothing. We're done. We just need to make this dark. We don't need to, but why not? And now everything should be fine. So, if we now render this, we should get a nice fine. So here's the before. Okay, here's the before. What is it? 13. Imagine, like, look at this. Okay, this is before. Okay, keep this in mind. Before. Okay. And then, now we need to render it. Keep it in mind until it's done rendering. Okay. Welcome Blue, hope you have a good day. Can't download Blender because of my PC not reaching its requirement. Oh my god. I guess you just gotta get a better PC. That's the only way, right? If the requirements aren't met, then, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You can't really download RAM, right? Download a new CPU. Maybe there's another tool you could use. Minecraft. I waited 2 more years to play the first Crysis game, yeah. Wolverine feels like the pig that I set on desktop in sketch mode, shorter in height but jacked up. Yeah, he's wide, and Deadpool is tall. Let's see how many frames it's already done. None. Cool. Is it just not working? Maybe. It sounds like it's working. I just don't know if anything happens. Oh, I can still move the window, so it's not frozen. That's a good sign. Oh. I guess we'll just have to wait. Come on. Move. I feel like it should show some frames. It doesn't even save any new frames. Oh, no. It's like it feels like it's just oh, hold on. Yeah. It feels like it's just loading everything right now. If I look at this, for example, you can see it's still oh no, it's the new one already. Okay, so it is working. It's just not visible. Are we reaching this point already? Yes. So it is pretty far already. Has I done this one? No. So we're at frame somewhere before 34, 35. Welcome, Nutella. Hope you have a good day. I wonder if you can simplify or like keyframe the subdivision levels too. I would guess so, but I've never tried that before. It kind of makes sense. If, for example, like a character is not in the scene anymore, you could change the subdivision level so that it just isn't, that the calculation for each frame is a bit easier. Of course, I haven't done that here, so it's still, even though we don't really see them after a certain time, like this second half, you don't see them at all. But of course, it is they're still in the shot, so they still need to be computed, unfortunately. First day at our new art school. Oh, nice. A little bit of chaos here and there, but okay. Okay, nice. New school, always exciting. And then, like, I guess is it uni or is it something else? I'm doing pretty good. Found some new ways to speed up the refining process. So this should hopefully make make this a bit faster. I feel like this scene took a bit longer to finish, just because it involves two characters, right? So if you have two characters, of course, especially if both of them are full body in the shot, it just overall just takes a bit longer to finalize both of them. I don't know how many more we have of those. So this shot is only Deadpool, also pretty far away, so that should be a bit easier. This one, it doesn't have anything, so this one's basically already done. This one has Deadpool, also only Deadpool. Yeah, I feel like we don't even have any more frames, any more longer animations that have both characters in them. Which is pretty good, because that means that most of the others should be a bit easier. Like the way you mean the drive names, these ones? Yeah, I basically just have one for art stuff like Blender and Photoshop stuff and, you know, videos and stuff, and then the other one is basically just where I move anything from this over when the art folder is full, or drive. Okay, there you go, it is finished. So now we can see, actually there are some adjustments I don't care about the adjustments, okay? There are some small lines I maybe want to add, but I don't know if I care enough. 16, no, 13. Here it is, okay? Boom. Whoop. Oh, I see some issues, do I? I don't know if I do. There, what is this? What is this? Hello? What frame is that? Oh, I know what frame that is. Why is he so dark? Oh, I know why. Yeah, but that's fine. So I need to adjust one frame here. Or is it a problem? I think it is a problem. What frame is it? Hold on. It is frame 34. 34. I think the problem is, because the camera moves, but this is kind of like an in-between frame here. I haven't interpolated this, but it shouldn't be too hard to interpolate. Here. Yeah, it's like an in-between frame here, which makes this a bit more annoying. But it's fine. Okay, dogs. Those are not outside my window. Okay, they're part of the song. But let's see what we can get here if you do 50%. Oh, way too far. There you go. That fixes it. Easy. Should be pretty good. Okay, good. Save that. And then we have it. Let's render this one frame again. And save it. Which one? 13. Which frame? 34, right? Yes. 34. Good. Fixed. Easy. Good. So this scene is also done. So today, you know, now I basically this one I will also probably finish today, hopefully. And then this one is basically done. There is no character here, so this should be a bit easier. Looks a bit choppy, but maybe I can refine it a bit more. And then this one is kind of like the next big one. Here we can actually use some other techniques to speed up the refinement process. But of course, maybe we'll get to that tomorrow. But yeah, not today. So yeah, we have finished this scene. I'm actually happy that this might actually be the longest scene after finding all the speed up things. I'm of course going to see how long the next scene takes, and then I can make a better judgment, but I feel like we can finish this now much faster actually. Yeah, so this scene is done. Nice. Who invited Summer to Germany again? Yeah. Fachabi? Okay. I have one named Drive Me Nuts. Speedy Drive, Game Fun Drive. Yeah, I like to keep mine a bit more organized, I guess. Less memey. But yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna, you know, do this again. I guess I can give you an update then when which we are on. I'm guessing it'll be this one that you will see tomorrow. And then yeah, we might work on this tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna work on the other ones off stream. Stream will end now. So yeah, oops. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. If you want to know when I go live again, you can join the Discord. There's a link in the description where there's a channel announcement basically that pings you when I go live or when I upload a new video. And maybe I should separate the two, because maybe some people want to know when I upload a video. Actually, maybe. I'll think about that. But yeah, if you want to see anything else from me, you can check out the description or my channel videos, I guess. Until, yeah, and otherwise, thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.